Wait, why'd the playlist stop? There it goes. I don't know. I didn't do that. It stopped on its own. It seems to have been stopped in multiple scenes. Whatever. I don't know. I leave it to the henchbuns to control that technology. That's all beneath a beautiful person such as myself. That's for nerds. That's nerd stuff. I let the nerds in the henchbun teams work that out. I just hit streaming and do things. If a mistake happens, it's the henchbuns' fault. Speaking of henchbuns, let's say hello to the ones at home in the chat room. Hello, Lenoir. Thank you. Somebody gave me bits, actually. Thank you for the bits, Scuddy. There it is. They are good boys. Hello, Scuddy. Hello, Lenoir. Congratulations on a 3-stream streak. Hello, Manos. Hello, Gotetsu. Hello, Greedra. Hello, Cooper Tank. Hello, Chili Green. Hello, Tom Prince. Hello, Gamma Chris. Hello, Blank 9. Hello, Megaxlex. Thank you for the resub. Corey the Assistant, thank you for the raid right here at the beginning. I hope you enjoyed what you were streaming. Hello, Gotetsu. Thank you for the absurd 105 stream streak. That's like triple digit stream. That's crazy. That's a lot of streams you've watched. I appreciate your slavish dedication to me. That's the best thing to have slavish dedication to, is me. Yes, we are back, henchbuns. Many of you may remember last year during my birthday down at home, I did a boy rating stream. A boy rating stream was promised, and that was a ton of fun. So I brought it back for this year's Donathon. We reached that goal. So we are doing it tonight. Tonight, I will judge your boys. You all posted boys at me on Blue Sky and in the Rose Rabbit Army Discord server. And I have put them all in a folder. My folder of boys, you could say. I've got folders of boys. And I have their pictures. I've got their names. I will be putting them on my patented boy judging grid. We will see where they land within my days. That's the idea. I hope you're excited, my friend. What better day to be doing this on than Femboy Friday? Very important. I hope you're all excited. I'm certainly excited. This was a really fun stream last year, even if it ended up lasting for like 5 hours. I don't know if this one will. It certainly lasted much longer than I expected, but what better to talk about for 5 to 6 hours than boys? They're like my favorite subject. I have a PhD in boy teasing, as we all know. As you are assuredly aware, I am an expert in all things boys. And my taste, quite impeccable. Very impeccable. So I am very much looking forward to this tonight, henchbuns. I hope that you are too. I'm looking at the folder now. It seems quite extensive. I think we have quite an excellent range of boys this year. I'm impressed that I wasn't like enforcing this super strictly, but we only have a couple of repeats from last year that I can tell. I don't really remember every single boy I rated last year because it was a lot of boys. But I definitely remember some of them, and we only have a couple repeats, I think, so that's cool. I'm glad people are willing to suggest such wide varieties of boys. Plus, new things have come out with new boys since last year, so we get new boys every year. Every year they're creating and inventing new boys for us to objectify and treat like they're not real people but like objects, which is what you should do with pretty boys. So I think we have quite an excellent selection. I think we have quite an excellent selection here tonight, henchbuns. I am rip-roaring to go. I am excited. I am excited to get to it. Yes, this is a good... I'm looking at all of the boys in here. This is an excellent suggestion. Yeah. I don't really have much else to say. I think everybody is sufficiently pumped up. Are you pumped, Hench Buns? Are you pumped to talk about boys? Like I say, this is one of my favorite subjects. I'm something of a boy expert myself. I'm something of a boy myself. New drops like sneakers, exactly. New boys have dropped. I'm excited. I've got to, of course, I have to put on my important glasses. My studiful glasses. And I'm gonna go over here. These are my glasses of examination and thinking. That's how you know I'm taking this subject seriously. Very good. Okay, with that said... Oh, no, don't make me bigger. I am the perfect size right now. With that said, let's lower the monitor. Oh, why is the internet there? Hang on. That's not supposed to be there. Luckily, it was just my Blue Sky page that did not have anything untoward on it. I'm gonna punish the technology hench buns for all their mistakes tonight later. But there we go. All right, let me first summon up the patented boy judging grid. That's right. Welcome back to the grid, hench buns. That's what we're gonna call it. It's simply the grid. Yeah, that's the. I mean, there are boys on my Blue Sky timeline. If you've all seen my reposts, I'm sure you are aware. I'm sure you are aware of the boys that are on Blue Sky. I repost many boys. Also women on occasion. On occasion. Forgot to fix one thing with my grid. Now I'm doing hot fixes right now. Women are cool. I agree. I like women, but that's not what tonight's about. Tonight is not about women. Don't take that out of context. All right. Oh god, it's so big. My grid is so powerful, it's got to be contained. Women can also be boys, that's true. No, don't move me! Alright, this is good. Yes, okay. Alright. Okay, the grid has become prepared. I am ready to reveal it. So, as I mentioned hench buns before, last year, this is an XY grid, right? You've seen those. You remember basic geometry, right? You remember basic geometry, right? You remember X and Y? No Z, just X and Y. It's two-dimensional. Right? So that's the type of, yes, the political compass if you're entirely too internet brain. Last year that was the grid we judged all the boys on. This year it is a similar grid. However, last year the y-axis was whether I would the boy or I would not the boy, right? High would, low would not. That's the y-axis. The x-axis last year was whether or not I thought that boy topped or bottom regularly. This year the x-axis is different. I wanted to keep things fresh. I wanted to keep things spicy. You understand? So we're changing up the grid a little this year. I shall reveal it to you now. So like I said, the y-axis is the same. However, this year, the x-axis is whether or not I think the boy is corruptible. Whether or not, under my molding hands, I could remove that boy's sense of morality and degenerate them into being a willing, sex-addled slave of mine. We're seeing how well the tag can be applied to these boys. What if they're already as bad as it gets? That's being taken into consideration. Obviously, many bad boys were submitted. Many bad boys were submitted, right? If they're already corrupt, then we'll see if I can corrupt them further. That's the question. Can I corrupt them already more than they already are? That's the question. You understand this. You understand the rules now. I've moved it all the way over to the right just so it has more breathe this grid. So I think that's legible, but you can read that, right? Yeah, I think so. The Ribcage Reaper and Date with Death 2. I haven't read that yet. I haven't read Date with Death 2 yet. I know it's only got a demo out. I was waiting for the full release, so don't spoil me on any of the new boys in that game. Because I love A Date with Death. If you like boys, you should read A Date with Death. That was one of my favorite new games of a couple years ago. I recommend that one to every boy liker in the audience. Very, very, very powerful boy in there. A very likable boy. Well, actually, I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say yet what I think of that boy. He might be. That boy might be in this boy judging. Casper is sick. Okay. Okay, Hengebuns. I am prepared to start the boy judging. I am prepared. So basically, how I saved the images of the boys that were submitted is I did name dash thing they are from, right? What the name of the anime or the video game or whatever. So basically that means on my personal computer, the folder was organized in alphabetical order. So if you're wondering why I'm going through all these boys in alphabetical order, that's just how computers organize pictures with names on them. It's really as simple as that. That's the only reason they're ordered the way that they are. So with that said, Hengebuns, let us get started with number one. Number one. Oh, I forgot I can't just drag and drop it. Number one. First up, we have, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly because I have not actually read this manga / watched this anime yet, even though it's been on my to-do list forever. I know it's good. I know it's good. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, okay? So you can't be mad at me. First up, we have Akuleatis from Land of the Lustrous. Like I said, I know Land of the Lustrous is good. I haven't gotten around to it yet. But this boy, Akuleatis, is extremely pretty. Apparently he turns into some sort of giant crustacean too, which is a great power to have when you're a member of my evil army. I can literally tell you to make my monster grow, and it can fight the hero team. I think that's always an A+ when I'm considering new boys. They have boys in that? I thought it was girls only. I don't know. I haven't read it. This character was submitted for the boy judging, so one must assume the pronouns are he, him. Or at the very least, a significant amount of pronouns are he, him. I only ask that the he, him pronouns be in there somewhere for a boy submitted to the boy judging. So that is I'm gonna have to choose to believe it. Anyways, I think Akuleatis is extremely pretty. First of all, extremely pretty. I love the whole design. I love the design. Like I like the tentacle-y shoulder pads and hair. Very, very Squid Kid hair. And the kind of the weird tentacle cape he has is very cool. Very good style. Very pretty, very slender. I like that in a boy on occasion. Yeah, I'm really grooving with this whole thing here. I kind of like his mopey pouty face. He's got great eyeliner game. I will, of course, always compliment a boy's eyeliner game. So this is a strong start. Now, is he corruptible? That's what I don't know, because like I said, I don't know much about Land of the Lustrous, Hoshinokuni. I do not know. I'm gonna take a stab at it, though. He's got a very dark color scheme. That doesn't necessarily mean somebody is villainous, but all the visual indicators here are telling me that this is somebody who is, at best, teetering on an edge. That is what I'm getting from here, from Aculeatis. Asuleatis? I do not know. I don't know how the C works out. I don't know how the C works out in that name. Regardless, I do not think this is a character. This is just my read entirely based on the visuals. I do not think this is a character who is fully corrupted. I think he is a character who is a little bit corrupted. I think I could give him a nice gentle push over the edge into delightful insanity. So with that said, we're gonna move him right around here. I think this is good. I think this is a good tone setter and buns. I think this is a good place to start. I think this is a good, like, kind of a, not necessarily like he's setting the middle. He's setting like a. This is a good indicator of my taste, right? This is a good indicator of my taste in boys. I like that he's very svelte. I like that he's kind of femme. I love his eyeliner game. Very pretty. I love a lot of things about him. Great design too. Hoshinokuni has great designs, so this is a good place to start, in my opinion. Okay, next up, we've got an interesting one. We've got an interesting one next. We've got an interesting choice next. This is Akatsuki from Akatsuki Blitzkampf, the fighting game, also featured in Under Night as a guest character. He's the Chesto man. He's Bitatsu. I'm sure many of you have seen him around. Chesto, Chesto, Mr. Electricity. First of all, I love Akatsuki Blitzkampf. Very fun fighting game. Very fun fighting game. He's also fun in Under Night, of course, too. He's the king of dash blocking himself. Akatsuki. Very, very cool character, I will say, first of all. He's very cool. And in my dictionary, cool is very close to sexy. Now, does that mean he's the sexiest to me? He's also good in BB Tag of all things. Well, I didn't play that garbage, so him. He's not. Here's what I'll say about Akatsuki in terms of would or would not. He is not my type. I think I can see it. Here's the thing. I'm also a whore, so there's very few people and things I wouldn't fuck. But is it, for the purpose of tiering him, is he super my type? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he is an excellent and cool character, but is he super my type? I don't think so. So I think he's gonna go probably just slightly above the middle. How about corruption? Here's the thing. I don't know a ton about the lore of Akatsuki Blitzkampf. I feel like that would help. However, I do follow an artist who is really good and really likes Akatsuki and really likes drawing him with his limbs cut off. However, in all those images, he looks very corrupted. He looks more defiant, or at the very least, like he doesn't care. So I don't think he's super corruptible. I think Akatsuki is a very consummate soldier type of guy. I feel like it would be very hard to break him in any way that mattered. I think eventually he would just kind of withdraw entirely into himself and not really show any sort of emotion. Like, he's a very emotionless type of guy, and that's not really fun for me personally. I wouldn't be super into it, so I'd probably have to put him around here, in my opinion. Yeah, he's too serious to really fall that easily. Like, I could keep him in a prison and torture him a lot, and he'd probably just kind of not care. Like, there'd be a point where he's not really fighting it, but he also wouldn't really react, and that's not very fun. That's the problem. So there's Akatsuki. Next up, another game I haven't played but have been meaning to. This is Allegro from Code of Princess. I've always meant to play Code of Princess because I really like its art, but I've never gotten my hands on it. I do think he's kind of cute, but unfortunately he has too many clown traits for me to truly love. I'm not into messing around with clown type characters. So that's a problem. That's problem number one. He does have a keytar though, which is cool. I do like his keytar, so that's helping him out a little bit. I just don't fuck with clowns that much. No matter how cute or how cool his keytar is. He does have a blade on his keytar as well. It's like a weird saw. That also looks cool. There's a lot of I'm saying this is a good character design, but unfortunately it's a clown-based character design. So he's gonna end up falling lower than Asuleteus. He's a bard type thing. Yeah, I kind of figured that from design. So he's probably gonna fall like slightly above Akatsuki. He's getting a lot of cute twink points, but unfortunately he is a clown type character, so he's not getting as high as he could be. Now, is he corruptible? I think probably. I think he's probably corruptible. Like I said, he's got that peppy twink look, and that's one of my favorite targets, so I would probably go in extra hard regardless of his clownness. And so if I could corrupt him towards the path of darkness, then he would stop being a clown, and that entices me. So he's probably going to go around here. He seems like he would talk about the indomitable hero in spirit until I start doing things to his penis, and then that would get him. Next up, one of my favorite boys from the Guilty Gear series. We have Oscar R. Kreutz, formerly known as That Man. I've always been a fan of Oscar ever since they first showed his face in Rev 2 story mode when he had cat ears. Here's one thing I'll say about Guilty Gear Strive, among all the other negative things they've said about it. Taking away Oscar and Elfelt's ears is the biggest crime to humanity they've ever done. With that said, though, I actually do like his outfit a lot. I like the weird kimono with the bodysuit that is also kind of a Catholic priest's collar, and also his fucking kicks. I think that all comes together very comically, and also I like his space cape. And his weird book staff. I like his design a lot in Stripe. I just wish they weren't cowards and took away his ears. They should have given his ears back. Him and Elfel. They took away her ears too, even though it's like the best thing about Elfel. The bastards. First you ruin my fighting game series, and then you take away characters' cute ears? Tisk, tisk, tisk. That said, though, I think Asuka is an absolutely delightful boy. He's very cute. He's very hot. I find him highly attractive. I think he's a great character, and that helps a lot with his attractiveness rating. I like his whole being. I'm so depressed about accidentally blowing up Japan that I'm also going to say every other crime ever made was me as well. Which is very silly, but I respect him being so depressed about that, because when boys are depressed, they're more attractive, in my opinion. We've got Asuka here. He's going pretty high on the wood rating. Probably definitely above Asulatea's. I also think he's a lot more corruptible. I think it helps that you could definitely ply on his depression about blowing up Japan and stuff. And you can make him feel really bad and tell him that everything's his fault over and over until he's like, yes, everything is my fault, so I have to do that. I think that would work very well. We can definitely make him worse. I was like, you did do everything wrong, and you should own that. You should love being bad. And eventually, if you pushed him enough, he would agree. I think he would give in to that sort of thinking. So that's why Asuka's going over there. Let's see. Okay. Next up, we have another Guilty Gear boy, because they are both very close in A's. We've got Axel Lowe from Guilty Gear. I chose his Rev 2 design because I like it more than his Strive design. That's the answer for that. Yeah, Axel and his jorts. You know, I'm gonna be real. Axel Lowe, not nearly as much of my type as Asuka. I'm gonna be real here. He's not as much my type. I don't hate him. I think he's one of those characters I think is more funny than attractive. I'm well aware that Octopip voices it, right? How do I put this? I just think he's more, I don't really think of him in terms of attractiveness. I just think he's a fun fighting game character. That's kind of where I'm at with Axel Lowe. Like, I don't know if I don't know. He's like fine, I guess. It's nice that he has long hair. I like boys with long hair. He's like okay, I guess. Like, I would not fuck him. But would I be super enthusiastic about it? He's probably going around the middle, in my opinion. As for Corruptible, I actually think he's probably one of the less corruptible characters we've come along so far. Because the problem is he has even if he has a hard time controlling them, he has time travel powers, and time travel powers can fix a lot of problems. And also because as of Strive's story mode ending, he kind of got what he wanted. He's kind of content. He got his girlfriend back, so it's like he's unfortunately too complete in his character arc to be fucked with very much. Is the problem. It's like, how do I corrupt a man who's got the wife he always wanted? I don't know. I guess I'd have to kill her or something. That, you know, I know who the wife is, so that would be really hard. That would be really hard. It probably would be worth the effort. I'd probably put him like even a little higher than Akatsuki, like right around here. I think that's good. I don't think it would be worth the effort for how much I like him. You have to weigh these things, you know? Okay, next up we've got, wow, classics of game. Talk about like, not even high school reading, like middle school reading. We've got Ayame from Fruits Basket. Fruit is right. I haven't seen this guy in fucking ages. Fruits Basket is like, oh man. Yeah, he's like a weird snake. I remember this. He's a snake boy. He turns into a snake. It's been fucking forever since I read anything from Fruits Basket, so I do not remember it very well. I should probably revisit it eventually, because I know it's good. I know I'd appreciate it much more now, especially in my current age. But yes, this is Ayame from Fruits Basket. So unfortunately, I don't remember much about him other than Snake, and also he's cute. That's the only thing I remember. Like, he's cute. It's been a long time. It's been a long fucking time. You know what? Let's probably. I do think he's very, very pretty. I do love his hair. Like I said, boys with long hair. Boys with long hair are excellent. I like his face. I like his kind of, well, snake-like features, I guess you could say. I like his outfit as well. Very good. He's definitely very high up on attractive to me. I like him quite a bit. He's quite good. So he's probably going pretty high on the woodometer here. His wrists look exceedingly grabbable, breakable too. They do look breakable. And I think that would be fun to do. I don't... here's my trouble. I don't remember him super well. Like, he looks a little devious. He has a bit of a devious expression on his face. So, I definitely think he's probably a little more corruptible than the previous boys we saw. I just don't know how much. I'd probably put him around here. Right around here, I think. I think that's good. Yeah, gotta move some stuff. You remember him leading his friends into a red light district on a high school field trip because we didn't find it? See? He's already a little bit corrupted. We can push him further into depravity. So I think probably I don't know, probably around the same place as Aculeteus. That's good. I like Ayame a lot. Now I have to reread Fruits Basket. That's a classic of game right there in Inch. That's a classic of game. That's old school. That's a good old school shit. I'd probably gotta reread Fruits Basket and go, manga used to be so good. What happened? Okay, next up. A very powerful boy in terms of like actual power scaling. This is Ball from Hajime Mashite Irumaku. This is Ball. Bal. 2 A's. B-A-A-L. You know, he's a demon. I would say Bal is definitely not my favorite Irumakun boy. He's definitely not my favorite. That obviously goes to Alice, Azazel Alice. That one's my favorite. He's one of the most delectable boys. Oh yes, but there's many good boys in Irumakun. Many good boys in Irumakun. I would say Bal is probably not actually that high up on my favorites list. I do like him as a character. I think he's an entertaining character in the story. I like what he's got going on. He's kind of a schemer, right? Kind of one of those smarter than he seems type of guys. Oh yeah, I understand where you are, Blastotron. Trust me, it gets a lot better, so stick with it. I encourage you. But I do like Bal. I do think he's pretty attractive, right? Don't get me wrong. Just not the most attractive Irumakun character is what I'll say. Let me crop this a little bit here. Like, I do like him. I do think he's fairly attractive. Here's the problem, though. Everybody in Aruma-kun is a demon, right? Almost every character is a demon. Which means, by nature, they're already pretty corrupt, right? Like, part of the whole setting of Aruma-kun is that demons are kind of, by their very nature, hedonistic and all that. So it's kind of hard to get more corrupt than a demon already is, right? Like, actually, legitimately part of the theming of Aruma-kun is that it's okay to be a little bad. In fact, it's healthy. Demons literally have, like, a demon time of the month where they get even worse, just by nature. So, I mean, like, it's hard, right? It's not that he's some pure, incorruptible hero. It's that he's literally a demon. It's literally his nature to already be pretty corrupt. That's what makes it tough. Also, he's like one of the top guys in the demon world. Like, he's kind of in charge. So it would be hard to corrupt him on that front as well. That said, I do see a method. Right? Like, if I could take over and totally upend his whole world and totally destroy his position, I've taken everything from him, then I do see a path, right? Knock him down a few pegs, and I could see him maybe whimpering a little bit. So I'd probably put him right about here. Probably right about here in terms of the woodness and the corruptibleness. It'd be hard. I would simply have to win a lot of fights and take over the demon world, but then I could see it happen. That's the tricky thing with demons, is that you have to show that you're even more demon than demon. There's a path there, but it would take a lot of effort. Sometimes, though, that effort is worth it. Speaking of demons, or demon-type things, next up, we have Beelzebub from Digimon. I don't know. I actually did watch... It's Tamers, right? Tamers he's from? Because he evolves from Intmon. I actually did watch Tamers within the last couple years for the first time. I enjoyed it overall. It was kind of funny, because, like, you know, they kind of do that thing that, from my understanding, a lot of Digimon shows do, where they spend a lot of time in the human world, and like they're like, oh no, how are we gonna hide our Digimon from all our classmates and regular people? And then, like, second half, they actually go to the digital world and have digital adventures in the digital world. And what I didn't expect was that I actually liked the first half more. The digital world part of Tamers is really weird. They, like, just run around the same 5 backgrounds. It's very weird. It's very strange. I didn't very much care for the pacing of it. But anyways, Beelzebub, he evolves from Intmon. And he's kind of an anti-hero type of guy, as you can tell. From you know, his whole aesthetic here. The guns and the leather and the bike. He's kind of a dark hero. He's kind of a dark hero type of guy. Yeah, they also just shove in the protagonist of a completely unrelated WonderSwan Digimon game. And he's just, like, part of the crew now, even though you don't know a single fucking thing about him. They're like, guess you should have just played this WonderSwan game. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I don't know who this guy is or why I should care. And then they pretend that I should care the whole time. It was a real bro thinks he's on the team moment. I also like his tail. I like his weird metal tail. I think Beelzebub is very, very cool. I think he looks very cool. I don't know... Here's my thing. Here's my problem. Here's my problem with a lot of the sexy Digimon henchmans. Is that, sure, they're sexy now, but it's like, if they don't eat for a day, then they like, evolve back into a little fluffy ball or whatever. That's my problem. Like, imagine you bed one of these guys, and then you wake up next morning, and then there's just, like, a tiny dinosaur or plant lying next to you. That's the problem with Digimon. I'm like, I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to be in that situation. As cool as Beelzemon looks, we have to consider the long-term ramifications, you know? I mean, the tiny ball forms are cute and all. I just don't want to, like... I just don't want to fuck one of these guys and then wake up next to them. That's the problem. An inconvenient wood. That said, he is very cool. The problem is, he is very cool, right? And I did say coolness is very close to sexy to me. It's just, I don't know. This is the problem, is I'm gonna sound so Reddit when I say I like the girl Beelzemon with the underboob more than I like regular Beelzemon. But it's like something about Beelzemon himself, right? It's not like, I don't know. He stands on two legs and he wears a cool jacket and he's basically a normal human guy. But like something about him is like, that's not like a guy. I don't know how to put it. He's just kind of cool looking. I don't know. I think he'd probably go around here. It's tough, right? Because I don't want to sound so stereotypical by saying I would fuck the girl one, but not the man one. But the man one, his proportions look really weird too. Like his arms go down to like his shins, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. You know? They give all the guy ones like weird proportions is the problem. Because they're not trying to make them sexy unlike the girls, which they are trying to make sexy. Also, the problem with corrupting Beelzemon is that like his whole arc is overcoming evil temptations. It's like, how do I corrupt a guy whose whole arc is getting over them? That's tough. That's actually really tough. Like, I don't know what I could do to this guy, because also he's like Data. Right? The problem with Data is they can just go into the computer and get better. That's tough. I don't know. I'd probably have to put him around here. You'd have to like tempt him with something, I think. You'd have to find something that he couldn't resist. And I don't know what that is. Because I don't because I forgot. But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna have to put Beelzebub. Next up, from a show I started watching and never finished because I thought, I don't really get what's going on here. Maybe I should watch more of the old shows. Is Berg Kotze from Gotcha Man Crowds, who I did see in the show. They're very attractive. That's for fucking sure. He's a very attractive guy. I think the problem is that he's like the villain. So like, this would be a power struggle. Boy Shermie hits. That's true. It's tough to deny Boy Shermie. Right? This is as close as science has ever truly gotten to Boy Shermie. Thought that was the lady from Devilman Crybaby. Oh yeah, the one with the hypno eyes? No, this is a character with similar hair going on. I understand why you might be able to make that mistake. I always forget that demon's name from Devilman. They have like a really silly name. I don't remember it. But regardless, this is Berg Kotze from Gotcha Man Crowds. So like I started watching Gotcha Man Crowds like years ago, and I was like, I don't really get what's going on here. I should watch more Gotcha Man. Because also Gotcha Man is cool. Very classic, Tatsunoko series. I have always liked the costumes the Gotcha Man carried. And I was like, is there like just a bunch of context from the original I'm not getting here? Because I'm just kind of watching things happen and I don't really get what's going on. But regardless, I saw this character as I was like, this is a really hot guy, villain type. The problem is I don't fully know what his deal is, so I don't know how I would corrupt him further. right? I'd have to find some way to wrestle control from this guy. And I don't really know what he does. He's kind of a question mark. Kind of a question mark. So I'd probably have to guess. However, very attractive. Definitely pretty high on the wood scale. Just on the matter that I know he's a bad guy, something had to corrupt him at some point. So I just have to figure out what would get him. I just have to figure it out. But I love the hair situation. I love the lips. Very pretty lips. Very slender frame. Love him. So he's definitely pretty high up on the wood scale here. Probably around this guy, yeah. Yeah. Game respects game, Henchman. I respect his game. Ooh. I don't know. I've never heard of what this character coming up is from. But, like, my eyes kind of popped out of my head in an Owuga when I saw him. This is Bess from Fictional Orchestra. I have never heard of this. However, this guy is so fucking hot. This guy is extremely hot. Oh my god. The whole outfit and the hair and the glasses and the eyeliner game and the lips. Oh, Owuga. He's got his tummy out, and I like his like straps and like kind of sheer top thing going on. Awesome. Nice shoes too. He's got great shoes. I'm really into this guy. Very attractive. Oh my goodness. Very hot. I definitely do things to this man. That's for fucking sure. Very, very, very hot. He's got... I want to test his yank endurance, for fucking sure. Definitely yankable hair going on. I bet he likes it, too. I bet he likes it being pulled. I can tell. Sometimes you can just tell these things, henchmans. So very, very... Probably, maybe maybe, like, on a similar ranking as Asuka on the hotness scale, for me. A little small, actually. I can make it a tiny bit bigger. There we go. Very, very high on the scale for me. That said, how corruptible is he? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on with this guy. Like I said, I've never heard of the anime that he's from, Fictional Orchestra. I didn't research it before this stream. So, I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I'm just gonna have to make a guess based off the vibe here. And I'm gonna say the vibe is that he's probably around here. I feel like he must have some sort of past going on. I don't know what. I don't know what it is. But he's kind of giving off... he's kind of giving off a little bit of a... Like, not quite anti-hero, but a little bit of a devious vibe. And with that said, I think that means he's easy to be led astray. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I'm just taking guesses here. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. Maybe he's like super nice and pure of heart, which in turn would only make him easier to corrupt. So therefore, I'm sticking with where he is. Extremely fucking hot though. Doesn't even have to be corruption sex. I would just have casual normal sex with this guy. That's how hot he is. This shit, very, very hot. A trend seems to be forming already. Feel free to analyze my trend. I'd love to know what you think, Gallons. Next up. An RPG series I've heard of and have thought I should get to this someday. Carmine Forsmayer from Growlancer. I have heard of Growlancer. It looks cool. And I want to get to it someday. I believe it is... Yeah, it's like a set of strategy... It's a series of strategy RPGs. Started on the PS1? I think it's Atlas. One of Atlas's abandoned franchises. Oh no, it was just published by Atlas. Never mind. He's very pretty. Very, very 90s, I should say. This is an extremely 90s anime boy, and that I do love. He's got I've always been a fan of like the jacket draped around the arms look. What are you, too cool to wear your jacket all the way? Are you too are you too cool to wear your jacket all the way on your shoulders? Are you too aloof? He's kind of giving Squall Leon heart vibes if Squall was even more of a twink. I kind of like his whole vibe. Very, very, very pretty. I'm a big fan of this like very 90s style of anime character design. Yeah. Why are you wearing your jacket around your shoulders like that and giving people access to your armpits like that? It's almost like you want to get a pit job. I'm not even into that, but this guy is asking for it. He does have silver and gold eye heterochromia. I just noticed that. I love his whole color scheme too. The blacks and the reds and the little bits of silver and white. Very good. Yeah, this is an extremely hot boy. I love a good moody boy. So he's definitely gonna end up high up there. He's definitely high up there is Carmine from Growlancer. Very high. We're gonna definitely put him high on the wood list too. Not as high as Bess, I don't think. Bess is like, I'm fanning my face, he's so hot. Growlancer boy is definitely very hot too. He's probably going slightly lower. As for his corruptibility, he's probably very corruptible. I could have him on his knees with that empty look in his eyes characters who are tortured in anime get in like no fucking time flat. This shit would be easy. It's always that way with emo boys. So he's going over there. Hey, so we talked about it. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I was saying I was excited for the sequel because this was one of my favorite games of a couple of years ago. This is Casper from A Date with Death, a game I advocate everybody play if they are a boy liker of any stripe. I love Casper. He's so cute. He's so cute. He thinks he's so cool, but he's really just a big cutie. You can't take him seriously at all. I love Casper. Here's the thing about Casper. This is an actually easy answer. First of all, extremely attractive white-haired guy. White hair is always a nice bonus. Also, it really helps. This is the easiest answer of all time because literally it is kind of like a visual novel / otome game where you get multiple choices when you're talking to him to woo this Grim Reaper. He's a Grim Reaper, by the way. That's like his job. And the thing is, literally, you have this. There's kind of like the, you know, you got like your serious responses or your more mean responses. You literally have always the choice of set of responses that are like, you can tease him until he's exploding. That's why A Date with Death is so good, because it always gives you like the very sexually forward types of responses to him, and he like always gets so flustered so easily. And literally, if you keep doing this to him, you get a special ending where he just lets you call him yours and say that you own him. So this shit is easy. This shit is the easiest thing ever. You literally get a corruption ending. That's like the easiest thing ever. That's like baked into the game. You should, henchman. I'm being a shill here. You gotta play A Date with Death. Play A Date with Death and then tell me you played it and then tell me you enjoyed it. Okay? That's what you gotta do. I'm giving this command to you, henchman. You've gotta play A Date with Death. Yeah, I'm very excited for the sequel as well. That one, I haven't played the DLC yet for A Day with Death. Actually, I should get on that. But the sequel seems like they're expanding outwards, so you have multiple boy choices. And considering the extremely high quality of just the one boy in the first game, I'm expecting great things. I am expecting great things. Yeah, multiple voices. Read A Day with Death, please. Please, you gotta do it. This is a command from me to you. You're gonna love it. Trust me. Trust me, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Please. Play A Date with Death. Alright? Here. Play A Date with Death. I'm giving it a command. I'm fucking pinning it. You gotta play this shit. Okay? That's my reminder from me to you. Let's move on. If you are a fellow streamer in my audience, stream A Date with Death so I can watch you play it. Alright? Gamma Chris, if you're here, you should stream that. Anyways, next up we've got I've seen you on the internet. Charlie from Aces Under the Moonlight. I don't really know what this game is. I've heard it's a what's that fucking game? With the baseball. It's like that game. Where you know hit the ball back and forth and try to hit the other guy with the baseball, and it gets faster and faster. What's the fucking name of that game? Why am I blanking on it? Lethal League, that's it. It's this game I think is like Lethal League, except it has this extremely hot boy in it with a fat ass, which is awesome. He's kind of giving Ash Crimson, which I respect. I've not played this game, though according to the person who posted it in my Discord under the boy rating suggestions, it is free on Steam, so maybe I should play it for no investment whatsoever. Should see what it's about. I mean, Lethal League was always a good time. He has the X bandages on his boobs. Yes, if you see him from the front, he's got the the band-aids covering his nipples, which is always a classic. The band-aid pasties. I'm looking at the Steam page now. There are definitely many characters in this game in various states of dress. There's like a girl who's got like police caution tape over her titties. So, I mean, now you know what level the devs of this game are on, which I respect. So obviously, Charlie, extremely fucking hot. I love everything he's got going on. I mean, this is an easy sell for me. This is a pretty easy sell. He's going way up. Like, I don't even have to know this boy. As for corruption, the problem is, I mean, you can already tell from his state of dress and the nipple pasties that he's probably already pretty slutty. But sexual corruption is not the only kind. Is how do we also turn him towards the path of evil? I mean, also the problem is his job in the video game is hitting a ball at somebody else until they get hit with the ball, which is pretty evil. But I don't know. He seems he is giving a lot of Ash Crimson, so I don't know his evil status. One might assume from his Ash Crimson similarities that he is somewhat evil, but we don't know. We don't know for sure. I can only guess. So I'm probably gonna put him around the middle, just for the sake of safety. I think that is a wise decision. Ass Crimson. That's a good name for him. But yeah, check out the Steam page for Aces Under the Moonlight if you want to see his nipple pasties, I guess. Yeah, he's definitely very attractive. I think he's already the kind of guy to go down on it in the bathroom with no knee pads, but you know, there's always room for improvement, I say. Anyways, what's next? Who we have next? You know, hench buns. Every year I do this, there's always got to be the one silly meme suggestion. So let's just get it out of the way. This is Coach McGurk from Home Movies. I'm just gonna make this fast. I'm no-selling your silly little joke right now. We're just gonna put this all the way down there. There you go. I hope that satisfied whoever suggested that. I hope you had fun being a little silly with it. I hope you got your laugh. Okay, next up is a good one. Got Dante from Devil May Cry 3. That is the specific version of Dante they suggested. They specifically suggested Dante from Devil May Cry 3, which is good, because that's probably the most fuckable Dante to me. I like all Dantes, of course, except maybe 2. But 3 is probably the most fuckable Dante. He's not like my most my type, but he's pretty good. It's not even just his body shape, it's a lot of his attitude. Even in 4 and 5 where he's still like goofy with it, it's a little less than he was in 3. Like he's like toned down a little with age, right? In 3 he's like peak obnoxious, and unfortunately I find this somewhat attractive. The problem with Dante is I don't know how to corrupt this guy. I don't know how you corrupt Dante. Like, the problem is Dante is extremely... Listen, henchman. I know I have a whole overconfident villain shtick. I don't know how to go up against Dante. I don't know how to do anything he wouldn't just be able to Royal Guard. So I'm gonna have to put him over here. Problem is Dante doesn't want anything. He's not like tempted by stuff. Yes, ironically the playlist decided to play Devil May Cry 1. That's the problem with trying to corrupt Dante. He doesn't want anything, and also he can Royal Guard everything. That's really hard. It's really hard to deal with. Even I have to know when some limits exist in funds. I'd have to be really careful about fighting boss. Fucking yeah, I saw what happened with Nevin. Nevin was like the closest he ever got to being tempted into sex. And then he just shot her in the tummy. I don't want to be turned into one of his weapons. That would be a shitty existence. He'd just sell me like a day later. And then I'd be stuck in like a case or something, and that would be bad. Yeah, he'd just joke his way through anything, and that'd be kind of annoying. And even though I'd be annoyed, I'm mad, I still want to kiss him. And I'd kick something on the ground about it. It's just how it is. I have to recognize how these things would go. It's like what I don't know what I do with Dante. It's one of those situations. There's like very few fictional characters I don't think I could handle. Dante is one of them. Adolf from Ys is one of the others. It's a small list, but highly exclusive club. Next we have a repeat from last year, but what I am happy to repeat. This is Delando from one of my favorite anime ever, Escaflowne. I love this guy. Let me tell you, henchbuns, this is... If you want peak evil twink in your life, Delando is pretty up there. He is fantastic. I love him. And Coach McGurk. I'm just not taking that one seriously. The problem with Coach McGurk is I wouldn't try to corrupt him because I don't think I'd want to fuck him. He is Starscream coded as Delando. Have you seen Escaflowne, Jim? I'm gonna assume so. I love Escaflowne, one of my all-time favorites. And Delando is one of my all-time favorite boys. I love this guy so much. He is an immensely delightful, very Starscream coded, as you said, because Sure, he's an evil twink, but he also gets his shit kicked in constantly and screams and cries about it, and that only makes him even further lovable to me. I love this for him. So he was judged last year, but I'm happy to judge him again in the boy judging stream. Delonda is gonna go pretty high up there. I'd have him screaming and crying on it too. I'll tell you what, Henchbuns. He's pretty high up there. As for the corruptible, yeah, oh yeah, cries during sex for fucking sure. Abso-fucking-lute. The problem is he thinks he's bad enough to top, but then he'd try and then also start crying, and then you just have to roll your eyes and take over. He's definitely extremely high on the wood list, probably around the top. As for corruptibility, also very high. I know I said he's already evil, but here's the thing. This guy is like the second. He's the Starscream, like we've said. He's the second in command who screams and cries every time he loses. So you just get to keep punishing him, and that's great. So he's definitely going way over here. I might have to rearrange this a little as we take in new boys, but he's going around here, I think. Like, he keeps getting further corrupted throughout the anime. Like, they have to reinforce the corruption, and I am more than happy to do so. Oh, next up we have another character from one of my favorite manga. One I love very dearly. I think he's probably my favorite boy from that manga, too. We've got Dokuga from Dorohedoro. Dorohedoro is definitely one of my favorite manga ever. I love the art a lot. I love its grungy art style. And Dokuga is definitely one of the most attractive. Are submissions still open? Unfortunately not. I closed them just before stream started. You'll have to be more on top of things. We closed them before stream started, otherwise if they kept streaming in, I'd be here for forever. Talking about boys, which I could do, yeah, but my voice would eventually give out. Dorohedoro, though, one of my favorites. I love Dorohedoro. It's got a lot of great characters. It's got that big lady everybody knows and loves. Obviously, I love it too. But yeah, Dokuga, very hot. Very hot. I'm glad. You know, you look at the placements here, and I get the feeling you henchbuns know my tastes pretty well. He's probably gonna go around here. I've always thought he was very, very hot. Is Dokuga. It is a bisexual series, that's for sure. It is a very bisexual series, absolutely. I am definitely convinced Q Hayashida is moving in a bit of a bisexual way. I remember when the Full Metal Alchemist author, she said that, what was it? Like, men should be big and women should be vavoom. I think Q Hayashida just thinks both men and women should be big, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. I agree. To an extent. I love a good twink, but sometimes I love a good pretty-faced... Here's the thing. I love it when guys are big and muscular, but if they with a pretty face. If they have a pretty face and they're jacked, I'm like, a wooga, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, I've talked about, like, Anji Guilty Gear has a pretty face, pretty jacked. Yeah, a lot of new Carnival characters, even though it's Gajraslop, I gotta respect the game. What's the other one I'm obsessed with? Oh, it's Shen Chong from Undead Unlock. He's so hot. He's so hot. Right? He's got a cute face and really great lats. So anyways, Dokuga, like, he's definitely not far from the most built guy in Dorohedoro. But he's built enough. Right? Even though he's wearing these, like, really baggy clothes, I can definitely sense like the musculature going on under there. And I think it's pretty good. So I think this is a good place for Dokuga. Yeah, Undead Unluck has great men. If you are a man liker, you gotta read Undead Unluck. It's also very cute romance. It's head slop, but it's head slop for me. What can I say? It's head slop with the right amount of spice. Okay. Speaking of gacha slop, we always gotta fit in a bit of gacha slop into these. Het slop is het gem if you like it. Never has a truer thing been said. I don't know if I'm gonna pronounce this right, because I've literally never seen this guy before it was suggested, which is strange, because I feel like people would lust over this guy more. This is Dr. Romani Archaman from Fate Grand Order. Literally the first time I've ever seen this guy. I'm like, he's pretty cute. I'm surprised I don't see people going crazy over him more. This looks like Takeuchi art. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure if it's him. Because I've been reading Fate Stay Night lately, and I'm still more used to Takeuchi's, like, older art style. Oh, he's not pullable? Is he just, like, a story NPC? That's... Lab coat market is saturated. That is also true. There's a lot of guys in lab coats. He's one of the central cast, but not playable. Oh, I see why that would affect... I see why that might affect his popularity. He hasn't shown up anymore also. Oh, okay. So he's not super relevant. Well, however, I do like a guy with a ponytail I can yank on fiercely, so that's big ups. Also, I like that he has, like, an ahoge as well. He's got a ponytail and an ahoge? Selfish, aren't we? Alright, we're feeling a little greedy today with our character designs. But yeah, he's pretty attractive. He could get it for sure. The hard part is his outfit, like, you know, lab coat aside, is kind of generic. Like, doctor isn't his name, so I'm assuming he is in fact some sort of doctor. I kind of like the the design of his coat. It's kind of giving a little bit of like 2000s era Shin Megami Tensei. Like, I'm thinking of the clothing designs from like 3 or Digital Devil Saga, right? It's kind of giving that a little, which is like a style of clothing I've always liked. Clothing design, character design. It's a little Shin Megami Tensei, which I do like. I don't know. I'm not getting a lot from this fella. His vibes are kind of like clean, right? As a doctor, I would hope he's clean. I would hope that he washes his hands. But I'm not getting a lot of vibes from this guy, other than that he's kind of pretty in a normal way. So he's probably going around, right? Like, pretty enough to say definitely, sure, yeah. But, like, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume, because obviously I'm evil, I can corrupt him at least a little bit. I mean, that's just what we're gonna have to go with. Kind of pretty in a normal way, is what I'm saying. Like, he's not grabbing my heart by its strings, but, like, yeah. I give that a thumbs up. Okay, next up, we have the latest star. We have the latest in Fujoshi Cocaine. Is Eito Aotsuki from 100 Line. 100 Line Defense Academy. Very, very important newcomer. Now, Henchbuns, I actually have read and played some of 100 Line. I have completed, like, 1.5 routes. I just haven't played in a while because in the second route I'm on, I got to a place that is really fucking boring. And so I've had a harder time picking it up lately. The fucking box quest is making me snooze out of my skull. But I've definitely played enough to know what this guy's deal is. And to be honest, you can feel it from second one. It's like, okay, when is this guy gonna snap? When is this guy gonna snap? And it turns out it took until the very last fucking day of the route. Of the first route. I guess spoilers for 100 line, but this guy is a sicko, and that's awesome. He's a fucking freak. He is a freak on a leash, hench buns. Literally, he has the Seiya no Uta disease, where every person looks like a freak monster meat thing to him. So he hates everyone and everything and wants to kill them all, which is awesome. Which is great. And he spends the whole game pretending to be a nice boy that is so obnoxiously nice, everybody just looks at him and wants him to shut up all the time, which is hilarious. I like Ato a lot. I love a good sicko twink. He's got a fucking scythe as his weapon, for God's sake. If that isn't a red flag, I don't know what is. The scythe is never a good sign. Even though scythes are very cool. I don't think I've ever seen a guy who isn't a sicko wield one. I love Ato though. I love Ato. I love his fucking insane dynamic with Takumi. I know there's a gay sex scene. That's not a spoiler to me anymore because somebody fucking complained about it on my timeline and spoiled it to me because they were mad that it's apparently in a problematic context. And I'm like, buddy, if that's problematic to you, the yaoi I've read would fry your brain like an egg. All right. This isn't even new shit to me. It's just the newest thing in being cool. So Ato is definitely way up there. It's gonna be hard. I don't think he's topping the chart.
This shit ain't
nothing to me, man. Exactly. Buddy, the kind of yaoi I've read, go fucking check out Aki Heki if you want problematic. If you wanna make this problematic yaoi look like baby shit. Anyways, Ato is definitely way high out there. Problem with corruption. The problem with corrupting this guy is I'm like, I don't know how you corrupt a guy further when literally he has the Seiya no Uta disease. When literally he sees things as meat world, right? How do we go up from there? I mean, like, I can't do anything worse to him than his own brain condition does. I don't think. Like, I don't know what I could do to this guy. I'd have to read more to see if there is anything you can do to totally make him lose it in a way that makes him mine. I don't know. That one's really hard. Like, how do you make a guy who sees the meat world worse? It would be hard. I don't know what I'd do. But that's Ato Outski. The hot new thing in Fujoshi cocaine, and boy, I'm sniffing it. I'm inhaling that stuff right up the nostrils. Okay, time for another gotcha slot entry. Time for another gotcha slop. This is Emile Sinclair from Limbus Company. Oh my god, this picture is so fucking big. Now, my understanding... Automod really doesn't want you to talk about German twinks. I understand why that has been problematic in the past. You gotta watch out for those German femboys. Don't ask a German femboy what uniform they have in their closet. No, I think I allowed it because it was funny. What was I fucking saying? I don't know a lot about Limbus Company because, like I said, it's gotcha slop. So I haven't read that stuff or know anything about the story. My understanding is that you're basically put in the meat grinder machine every day. Like, it's one of those, you work for the company that kills you and then brings you back to life or whatever. I don't really know. It's kind of like that, kind of on like that, I don't even know what I was gonna say. I lost it. He's cute though. The amount of gay sex he's gotten is astounding. Well, that always helps the ranking to know that they would have gay sex. I don't always give them the choice to have gay sex, but it's nice to know when somebody, you know, is into it. Demian the book is what you mean? He's like a book, like Grimoire of Ice. Okay, I see. Well, good for him in that book. Listen, I like Nier. I'm not immune to Twink's fucking books. He is pretty cute. He's probably reaching the same tier as the doctor guy from Fate Go. Where he's like, yeah, this guy's cute. I definitely would. I don't know about corruptibility. I'm assuming since he's working for the evil corporation, which I think is what Limp's company is. Oh, he's from the book Demian. Oh, okay. I just thought it was a reference to the book Demian by Herman Hesse. That's one of my favorite books, by the way. If you want to understand where all yaoi came from, you should read Demian by Herman Hesse. It's literally the primordial Kawo-shin. The German Bildungsroman is so fucking gay. Just that type of book in general. And I am pretty sure the ladies from what is the name of it? Like Group 24, the name, the kind of the group of women mangaka that one of which created Kaze Toki no Uta. The German Bildungsroman, very influential on very early shoujo and boys love type stuff. If you want to understand where all that shit came from, what sort of ancient literature all that stuff came from, you should check out especially Demian by Herman. It's just also a great book in general. Classic book. But anyways, I'm assuming he's fairly corruptible since he's working for the pure evil corporation, which is my understanding of Limbus. He cries a lot and has problems with his temper. Okay, that's making him move up a bit. We're putting him here. I think that's a pretty good spot. That helped. That description. Okay. Next up, we've got a choice I don't dislike, but I feel like is like the generic one, right? You all second only to Astolfo in boys that are memeified is Felix from ReZero. An anime I admit I have never watched. I haven't watched this shit. I just know everybody loves this cat boy. To be fair, he is very cute. Nya. I'm not making fun of you for choosing him. I am simply nodding at the inevitability of him coming up. Nya. I do like his cute little bows. I do think the bows are very cute. I think they kind of snapped with the bows just below the cat ears. I think those are very adorable. Boys who go nya, yeah. So, you know, his cuteness gets him a decently high ranking, right? I admit I am not immune. I am not immune to the standard femboy. After all, we all have what's inside of us. We all like a cute boy. And I am totally happy and totally unafraid to put him decently high in the ranking. You can call it generic. You can call him overshared. I don't care. I think he's cute. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this story. I don't know anything about ReZero. It seemed like kind of the standard seasonal anime type stuff that I'm not really into. ReZero is also the one that the pink and blue maids are from, right? That's what I know about it. I have no idea what's fucking in this anime besides these things is the maids and Felix. So I don't really know. I don't know where to take his corruptibility, but he is a cat boy, so that's gotta at least make him a little bit corruptible. We're gonna put him around here, I think. I mean, if all that hentai about boys cosplaying him totally giving in to gay urges mean anything, then he's got to be similar. Okay, who we got next? Who's up next? Oh, this is a fun one. This is a fun one. from an anime I did watch and really did like. This is Galma from Dynazenon. I liked Dynazenon a whole lot, even if it ended in Headslot. I'm mean about these things, I know. But Dynazenon was really good. I like Galma's whole design a ton. I like his kind of delinquent look, right? He's got that kind of delinquent face and hairstyle. I think Galma is I think he's pretty attractive. I think he's got this kind of like trashy look to him that comes around to being attractive. That's my opinion. I think he's quite handsome. I think he's more smoochable than he first appears. I like him quite a bit. He is showing tummy, that helps too. I think the coloring of him really helps as well. I forget which Transformer he's based on, because here's the thing about these Gridman anime, is that every single character shares design elements with a Transformer for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they just do. I think he's like some version of Waspinator. I don't think it's Beast Wars Waspinator. Like another Waspinator. I forget which one. Waterossi, damn Lenoir, that's some old head stuff. That's old type. That's some old friend stuff. I respect it. I respect you knowing that. But I do love Galma. I like him a whole lot. I think he's a very endearing character. It helps if you're endearing. The problem is he's like a mummy man, so if I'd be worried about him just fucking turning to dust with too much punishment. Right? He's kind of explicitly living on a time limit. So it's like, how do I corrupt this guy before he turns to dust? You know? He's kind of living in the Gridman cyber world to not die. So that's the tough part. So I probably have to put him around here. I think that is a fine place for him. Who's next? Another kind of haha funny. This is Glob Herman from the X-Men. This is like newer X-Men stuff. If you're asking me about X-Men stuff that isn't written by Jonathan Hickman, made in like the last 20 years, I'm kind of giving you the four-eyed stare. But my understanding is he's a somewhat recent addition to the X-Men lore. His body is goo except for his skeleton. Is his whole thing, I think. I don't really think he has any powers beyond this. He is what the name says on the tin. He's a glob, and his name is Herman. So I'm gonna probably give that a hard pass. He doesn't have the appeal of slimes where there's nothing in them. The problem is that he's got a skeleton in there, in my opinion. So I don't even know what I would do with this one. I'd probably just lock him up in my dungeon to like kind of scare adventurers. I'd probably put him down there. Definitely plenty of mutants have bad power RNG, that's for sure. Okay, who's next? This one's fun. He's also from my second favorite Final Fantasy game. My first favorite is Final Fantasy X. My second favorite is Final Fantasy IV. And this is my guy Golbez. Now, I love a man in cool and dark imposing armor. So that really helps him. Also, the After Years, the sequel to Final Fantasy IV, is fucking garbage and sucks. But it does show us what Golbez looks under the armor, and he is quite handsome. That's for sure. However, we didn't even need to see what he looked like under the armor to know that. I mean, just look at this armor. Quite handsome. That's a very good... I love that... You know, the thing I've always loved about Golbez, right, is that he's like a dark wizard man, but he's all decked up in the coolest, most heavy, imposing armor you've ever seen, right? He's like a wizard who managed to stack a bunch of extra points in strength. And that's awesome. That's why I've always liked Golbez. He's fucking cool. Wizard Knights are so cool, exactly. He's casting spells, but he can also punch the fuck out of you. Is the sense I get from this design. Obviously heavily inspired by like the likes of Dark Vader, which is like Jedi are like the most Wizard Knight thing ever, right? So that's kind of what's going on with Golbez. I love Golbez. He's one of my favorite guys. Top Final Fantasy villain in my opinion. I just hump the armor, honestly. I don't need you to take it off, Golbez baby. Just let me rub all up on that metal sheen. Let's put this around here, I think. Golbez is quite attractive to me. As for corruption, well, if you played Final Fantasy IV, you'd know the whole time he's mind controlled. So actually, he is pretty corruptible. We'll probably put him around here. I just have to be worried about him breaking out of the mind control. I'd have to be worried about Cecil showing up and freeing his mind. I'd have to take Cecil out of the picture. Yeah, the armor stays on during sex, for sure. Don't take it off, Golbez baby. I like you as you are. Yeah, I'm playing. Me and Golbez in bed is just the Berserk 2016 clang sound over and over. Corrupt Cecil too. You know what? You're onto something. I'll corrupt Cecil, and then there will be no need to worry about it. You're onto something, henchman. I like that. Okay, who's up next? Oh, well, if it isn't only the best fighting game of all time. If it isn't the best fighting game of all time. That's right, baby. It's Under Night, and it's wow, this picture is small. What is this, a Gordeau for ants? Well, I guess I'm gonna crop it anyways. This is Gordeau from Under Night. Big Scythe Man, you've seen him. You've seen Under Night. I know you all have. It's the best fighting game ever made. It's the best fighting game currently on the market, too. Good old Gordeau Crunchwrap Supreme. I have seen him, and I have seen his normals, and I have shielded him and counter hit him. This is Gordeau. He's a hunky man. I like him. I've always thought Gordeau was pretty hot. For fucking sure. Hang on, I have to find that fucking Hanzo Gonzo post. It sums up my thoughts on Gordeau pretty well. What's that fucking... Oh man, I gotta find it. Where's that fucking Hanzo Gonzo post about Gordeau? Oh, come on. Search engines are totally useless now. It's the one where he's like, do you think I play Gordeau because of his rippling abs and his huge dick? No, I play him because he's mid-tier. That's a really classic post. I think about it often. I gotta see if I can fucking find it. I know it's a Hanzo Gonzo post is the thing. Everything's so hard now. Sad. I don't know why I'm not getting this very popular post of his. Let me try seeing if I can search on the Twitter. I have to open Twitter for like the first time. Oh no, he locked his account. Maybe he reposted it on Blue Sky. This is important to me. Nope. All I found is this post from 2024 where he says, "It's the weekend. Gordeau from Undernight Inburst says Celeste, please choke me out," which I also agree with. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that post about Gordeau in there. Hanzo Gonzo, send me your Gordeau post if you're watching. Anyways. Hang on. Let me try something. Let me try one more thing. Hey, I found it. Somebody posted the picture on Blue Sky with alt text, so I was able to search the alt text. Perfect. This is why alt text is good, because I can find a post from like 5 years ago because somebody wrote the exact text of the post in alt text when they screen cap. Here it is. I don't really get why people play characters for their looks. Do you think I play Gordeau because his ripped physique, fat cock, and perfect hands to choke me out? No, I play him because he's mid-tier. Gotta love it. And that's how I feel about Gordeau. I think that sums up all you need to know about Gordeau. I believe it or not, despite Undernight being my favorite fighting game, I don't fucking know anything about its lore. I've never read like its story modes. I don't give a fuck. I just play the fighting game, but Gordeau is extremely hot. And he does have hands that can choke you out. However, I do know that he works with the villain team of Hilda and Chaos. They're like the villains. I main Hilda, as you all know. And Chaos himself, very attractive. I know he's like Gordeau's boyfriend, so I'm going to assume he has loose morals at the very least, so he's probably going around here. And this is a good place for Gord. Gordeau Crunchwrap Supreme. I'll always love you and your rippling physique and your fat cock. You know he's got a big one. I don't know how I know. I just know it's like a solid 8-incher. That's what I know. I know it's big. Show me that bulge, gay boy. Yeah, he's packing the $5 footlong. Yeah, I know Gordeau's packing heat. I know he is. I know Chaos bottoms for him, for sure. He does like that emotionless bottom thing. Okay. Henchbuns, here comes maybe the second easiest rating in this entire thing. Oh, this is Griffith from Berserk. The Inspo. The Queen. Love this guy. One of the boys of all time. Definitely a heavy inspiration for myself. I have always loved Griffith. Him and his pouty lips and his flowing long hair. You gotta love Griffith. All crimes are excusable if you're hot enough. However, I think he's about as corrupt as one guy can get. Like, you've all read Berserk. He's like even higher on the Ato scale where I'm like, I don't know what I could do to this guy that he hasn't already chosen to do on his own. So, he's a very high wood, but like, we're competing for who's most corrupt between myself and him. Like, we're like fighting, we're like jockeying for position here. Yeah, exactly. Like he and Guts are in for like the messiest that's like the messiest breakup argument I've ever seen. I'll say that for sure. That's like, I don't know how you get a breakup more messy than that. I understand completely, Lamar. Like, yeah, I don't know what I could do to this guy. I just have sex with him. We just have some nasty sex, I think. I think two queens would recognize each other. We just get it on dirty style and shake hands and go on our way. Griffiths is inspirational. He's always whispering in my ear that I should get worse, and I'm like, yes, I agree. So, I mean, I understand why he might be tough competition. All right, next up, we have another one who sent ripples in the boy world when he first released. This is Grusha from Pokemon. Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I don't play that crap. I just ogle some of the hot older women they sometimes put in that game, and then occasionally they put in a good boy. Yeah, everybody remembers the fucking leak, where it's like he, him, by the way. I remember that. That was very funny. Grusha means pear in Russian. Well, that makes sense. He's obviously shaped like one. He's got that skier's lower half, right? You gotta put a lot of power into the legs to do skiing and snowboarding. I just know he's shaped like a pear. You take off that coat, and you see that his hips are wider than his shoulders, I bet. Anyways, Grusha is super cute. I've always liked his design. I like his hair a lot. And I like that he always has, like, the scarf over his face. I think that's really cute as well. He's got kind of a... He's so baby. He's very baby. And I like that about him. I like how baby-shaped he is. Grusha is very cute. Sometimes, I have literally not liked a Pokemon game since, like, Gen 5. But, like, they still snap with character designs sometimes. I think the character designs are always still pretty consistently great. It's just the games that aren't good. I haven't given... the last Pokemon game I bought and played on my own volition was X and Y. And I was so bored. Even as a child, I didn't finish it. I was like, this shit's boring. And then I never finished it, and I'm like, I guess Pokemon's bad now. I never bought another one. I did play Sword and Shield on a friend's system once. And I was like, that was fine. It was better than what I remember my experience with X and Y being. But I'm like, I still wouldn't buy this. And now they're trying to make them $70, and I'm like, well, now I'm extra not buying it. And then I saw how fucking ugly Scarlet and Violet looked, and I'm like, you're trying to sell me this? No, thank you. But it did give us a good boy. It did give us a good boy in Grusha. He was very cute, and I love his outfit. I love his color scheme. Like, I like the kind of pastel-y colors he has. Yeah, I know Rika. Like I said, also good, very good popular design. I think Pokemon still has the character design juice. Just doesn't have the making games good juice. I agree, Megax. Like, it's the only good way to engage with Pokemon is the pornography. Just like gacha games. I agree with that sentiment. I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly. I don't give a fuck about Pokemon the game anymore. Because one, I'm not a stupid baby child, right? There's actual RPGs that are not made for babies that I could be playing. And the other is they're also not good. But Grusha, very attractive. I like him a lot. Also, his eyelashes are crazy. I love his eyelashes too. He's very pretty. Yeah, he always wears the scarf over his face to hide his pouty DSLs, I'm sure. So definitely pretty high on the wood list. As for Corruptible, oh my god, yes. I would have him begging to gag on it and betray everyone he's ever loved in no time flat. That should be easy. He's going like right around here. That shit would be easy. Some boys just need a little bit of the right kind of attention, and they're like putty in your hands. And Grusha's definitely one of those types. I'm convinced. I've made up this conclusion in my mind and confirmed it to be true also in my mind. Yeah, he's got a little bit of angst about not being able to be a snowboarder anymore. I do remember this. Vaguely implied injury. Oh, that's good. No, I just like poke his broken leg a lot and make him cry. He's got Riona potential with that as well. That's good to know. Next up, from a game series I haven't played, because I'm not experienced in the genre, even though somebody I want to do. The genre wow, my brain. Of killing a lot of guys. This is Hanbei Takenaka from Samurai Warriors. Muso! That's the word I was thinking of. I like his outfit. He's got a cute outfit. I like his hat. I have not played Samurai Warriors. I haven't played much Dynasty Warriors either. That's another genre I need to get into more. In the early days I did kind of, because I'm a bit of an action game head, right? I'm a bit of an action game snob. I was like, why am I playing this game where I'm mashing a lot when I could be playing Devil May Cry? But I understand now, my palate has evolved, that is not the goal of the Muso game. It's going for different stuff. It's going for different stuff, and I have to respect that. I'm sure they're good at what they're going for. I've also heard the Sengoku Basara series is good. That's another one I want to check out. So I would love to reevaluate the Dynasty Warriors with a more fair eye. Someday I will get back to, I will attempt again the Dynasty Warriors series. I think I will. But yeah, this Hanbei fella, he's pretty cute. I like his hair. I like his pouty lips. That always helps. His boys with pouty lips. And nice eyes, right? He's got kind of nice lashes. Yeah, I know Dynasty Origins is Dynasty Warriors Origins was really gay. So that'll definitely help me hop on. Somehow unintentionally, even though I don't believe them. Like, I've seen that protagonist design. You don't design a guy with that much takes it up the ass energy unintentionally. There's no fucking way. I know you know that Omega Force, I know you know that Dynasty Warriors has a huge Fujoshi audience, and I refuse to believe you didn't do that on purpose for them. I know you do. I know you did that shit on purpose. I know you're just trying to assuage the feelings of the dude bro gamers in your audience by saying you didn't do it on purpose. But like, I'm nudging you with my elbow. I'm winking at you. I get you. I know. It's okay. You should be catering to the Fujoshis more, I think. They are a more steadfast audience than dude bro gamers will ever be. Fujoshis have always been my greatest allies in the woke wars. Anyways, this Hanbei fellow, he's really cute. I would definitely give him a kiss on the mouth. And also the penis. Probably around, like, upper mid, I would say. Like, he's cute. He's got real patty lips. That's nice. I don't know about corruptibility. Like, I don't know where his place is in the Samurai Warrior series. There's a token Ranbu Muso? I had no idea. That sounds neat. The intro cutscene for Hanbei's campaign is him cross-dressing the infiltrate a feudal lord. Okay, hang on. You're going up. You got some points for that, buddy. There you go. That's a good spot for him, I feel. Thank you for giving me this important information. Okay, next up. Oh, wow, this is another easy one. This is another easy one. This is Homare Now from Taimonen. I don't think there's ever been an easier conclusion. You give me a boy Taimonen who's this svelte and has nice hips like this and like robot cat ears and tails, and I'm like, hell yeah, brother. This is what it's about. Now, I admit, I have not played a Taimonin game. I have not played a Taimonin game, but, like, I know enough, right? I know enough to know where this is going. Like, they're H games. Like, they're H games. I know what it's about. I know what Taimonin is about. You've seen those designs. Yeah, boy Taimonin is all you need to tell me. Especially with this design. This is a top tier design. I've always loved Taimonin's like outfits. Like I like their armor style a lot. Like it's kind of like part techno, part like, you know, Svelte Ninja, right? Oh yeah, it's definitely a corruption heavy series. Every H game is, right? Like every H game you lose and the monster fucks you until you like it. That's how it works. I mean, not everyone. Like that style of H game is definitely how it works. So like this is like the easiest shit in the world. Like first of all, he's really high. I want to bend him in half and break him like a twig. This is the easiest shit in the world. He's going like right here. Like, I've never seen a guy more literally made for corruption. Come on, man. I know what you're about. You're from an H series. You're from an Arrowgay series. That shit's easy. Like, you were tailor-made, sir. I'm gonna have the hearts in your eyes and you saluting to your new master in no time. Be for real. This is another weird one. I almost, like, rejected it outright because it's so weird. But I'm like, I guess. They had question marks over the series name, so I don't even know if they're right. This character is apparently named Hukocho from Dexter's Laboratory, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right, but okay. I don't know. I'm gonna assume it's from like some segment where they made jokes about anime or something, and some animator accidentally let his gayness slip through. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I remember Dexter's Lab from when I was a kid, and I don't remember this character at all. I assume it was just like a one-off bit, but because cartoon guys are weird, obsessive freaks, it's stuck in the brain of somebody. Like, listen, I used to hang out a lot on 4chan's Comics and Cartoons board when I was first getting into comics, because they used to do a lot of, like, old comic book story times. That's what they called them, as story times. When somebody would just post a whole comic, like, one image at a time, because it's an image board. But that also meant, even though I didn't peruse them, that also meant I was aware of what the American cartoon guys were doing. Those people are fucking freaks, right? Nothing seems like people who are deep into like American animation. They're insane freaks. You should not talk to them. They have the weirdest stuff stick in their brains forever. Anyways, I guess he's kind of hot. I'm gonna assume this is not art from the cartoon, because like, yeah, in the French, because like, I don't, yeah, I'm gonna assume he didn't look exactly like this in the cartoon. It is art from the cartoon? That's crazy. I don't know how that got through. I don't know how somebody didn't tell the guy drawing that to stop. I just think he probably gets docked points because he's not like a real character. He's like from an episode where they do a joke about fantasy tropes or some shit like that. I'm sure. Don't get me wrong, I liked Dexter's Lab as a kid. It was a funny show, but like that kind of inherently docks points. Just being like kind of a bit joke character, right? I guess I kind of respect how he is slightly accurate to the 90s anime stylings. Probably like right here, I guess. Being a joke character kind of reduces my interest in corrupting you. He's just kind of hot, I guess. Like, he's not hot, but I'm just like, If you're from like a joke, an American cartoon made about anime, then you're kind of making me lose interest, you know? That's how it be. Who's next? I have not seen this anime. I don't know if it's good. I don't know anything about it. I've just seen the lady who dresses as Tackle and has huge boobs. This is Ichio Shimamura from Tojima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider. This is like another thing where I'm like, oh, it's Kamen Rider. I guess. The guy wants to be a Kamen Rider, that's the name of the show. And it kind of just seemed like the kind of seasonal anime stuff I'm not into. I guess it's cool that that lady has big boobs. That lady who dresses as Tackle from Kamen Rider Stronger. I don't really have much to... I don't know, this guy's kind of alright. Like, he's... I don't have anything to say about the anime itself, because I haven't watched it, and it doesn't really seem that interesting to me. I don't know, maybe I'm getting the wrong read on it being just, like... seasonal... kind of trashy seasonal stuff. It's written by the Airmaster guy? Well, that does make it a little more interesting. That does help. Airmaster's pretty cool. You could never guess this guy was a Kamen Rider without the belt. I don't know. He's got that Kamen Rider black fit. Like the leather jacket and the scarf. Very Kamen Rider fashion. So I could guess that. Like the boots, the leather gloves, the whole leather outfit, and then the scarf tucked underneath that. That's very Kamen Rider fashion to me. Yeah, it's very like late Showa protagonist. Like I'm thinking it's very Kamen Rider black to me. Unless you were being sarcastic. In which case, sorry, I have the tism. Yeah, I don't really know anything about this show. I don't know if it's actually good. It didn't really grab me as interesting. He's kind of like got that Baishonen thing going on, right? He's got kind of a pretty face. I mean, I'm always down for this sense of fashion. I like leather. I like the scarf, right? I can imagine punching this guy in the rain dramatically. We're punching each other. I can picture it. I also don't think the Wants to Be a Kamen Rider show, like I don't think anybody's like a real Kamen Rider. Like I don't think they actually transform into heroes. They're like fanboys who are living out their fantasy somehow. I don't know though. Yeah, he's kind of like standard Trek. Like I'll probably put him around the middle here. Now I don't think anybody in this show is a for real Kamen Rider. So I do not think this guy would have the indomitable spirit of a real Kamen Rider. Like I think he's a little more breakable. So we'll probably put him right around here. I think that's a good place for him. No, he's not as hot as the Gotchaman Krause guy. But we're bringing him down. I gotta be fair and balanced here. Probably around here. I think that's fine. Oh wait, I put him to the right. Probably around here. There we go. I might have to shift some of these around as more space gets taken up. You know how it is. Where was I? Next up, the latest shonen slop, from my understanding, to hit this fans. Is this the one people kept redrawing the sword guy as from the meme? Hang on, let me pull up the image. This is Jabber from Gachiakuta. That's the sword guy meme, right? The guy drawing his sword. Right? Am I right about that? I don't read shonen. Oh, that's Kagurabachi. Okay. I don't go to shonen anime. I don't know, this art style Can I be honest? I don't really like this art. I'm not into the art very much. I'm not really feeling like the art itself. Like what magazine is this published in? Is this a Jump manga? Hang on, I just looked it up. It's published in Weekly Shonen magazine, which is not Jump, it's Kodansha. I don't know. Something about this art. I don't know. This art doesn't really work for me. I don't know what it is. I wish I could describe it. Because, like, technically, it's very proficient. Like, I can look at this anime, this manga picture from a detached distance and go, this is technically proficient artistic work. But I don't know. I'm just not feeling the style of it. I don't know. I'm not sure what the quality is that I'm missing here. Like, I know from an objective standpoint that there's nothing wrong with this art. It's quite proficient, well made. The texturing is good. It just doesn't appeal to me, and I'm really not feeling this guy. I'm sorry. Not feeling it. It doesn't help that I'm just like, I am so over shonen. I am so over the vast majority of shonen. The vast majority of shonen, I'm just so over it. I don't know. He seems like I could drive him a little crazy if I wanted to, so we're gonna put him here. I don't know. I'm just like, I see people. The problem is I do have a bit of a contrarian streak. I'll admit it. I'm a snooty contrarian, so I see people posting a lot about a shonen, and I just immediately assume it's like the most lowest common denominator stuff. Like, occasionally something breaks the mold, like Chainsaw Man, but like the vast majority of the stuff, like fucking Jujutsu Kaisen, I like look at it for like 5 seconds, and I'm like, I'd rather be reading Yaoi from 30 years ago. I guess that's cool, Lacitron. I do like this the sadomasochist thing. But we're gonna get a boy I like more visually for that later, so he's staying where he is. Sorry, I'm sorry if I disappointed you. This one's just like, I'm so You tell me it's from like a weekly shonen manga, I'm just like, not again. I'm tired of being tricked by hot men in shonen manga that I know they'll never be allowed to put out in. Next up, this is Killy from Blame. God, it's been fucking forever since I read Blame. I've always loved Blame's texturing. I love how fucking much is on. I love this guy's 5 billion straps. I admit it. I'm a sucker for the belts and straps school of character design. Blame has good art, in my opinion. Very good art. Yeah, very industrial goth look in Blame that I've always quite enjoyed. It's been fucking forever since I read any of it though. So fucking long, I barely remember it. I just remember thinking it looked visually cool, basically. I don't think he's really my type though. Like, this is one of those I think looks cool, but not my type of things, right? Where I'm like, this is very cool, but would I make out with it? Blame's a very grungy series, so he's kind of corrupted on it. I like Blame to my memory. Maybe I should reevaluate it. What I remember is this looks really cool. Sometimes that's all you need. thing I don't know anything about. Let's judge a boy from this thing I don't know about. This is Kraft Lawrence from Spice and Wolf. I've never, feel like I've heard this name before, but I don't fucking know anything about it. I don't know what genre this is. Like, I legitimately cannot tell anything. I legitimately cannot tell anything about what this guy is from what he's wearing. Like, it could be fantasy. It could also be modern day. Do I like medieval microeconomics? Oh, okay, it's one of those light novels. I see. It's one of those things Chris Wolfhart would read. I don't know. He's kind of just generic. Not really getting any vibes from him. Kind of just like a normal man. He's a spice trader who ends up traveling with a goddess of the harvest. You've just once again described one of the most light novel concepts ever. Like, I don't really get any vibes from this guy, but he is a mercantilist, so he's probably kind of pro. So we'll put him right there. I don't know. He doesn't really have anything going on for me. Not generic. Light novel. Me saying it sounds like the light novel thing does not necessarily mean generic. It's just sometimes you read a story description and I'm like, yep, that's a light novel. I'm not necessarily against the light novel character concept. I'm just like, this guy, he doesn't really have anything to grab onto for me from just a glance. So that's where he's going. That's where he's been placed. That's where he's gonna live. Okay. Here we have some fun ones here. We got another fun one. Not that they all haven't been fun, but it's like, a character I know anything about. Here's Laguna from Final Fantasy VIII. I like Laguna. He's very handsome. He's also a fucking dork, which kind of sometimes makes you more handsome. I've been a big fan of Laguna for a long time. I quite like Laguna. Does Laguna count as a DILF? Oh yeah, he has a great theme song. I think Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack is the most Uematsu has ever cooked. Sure. I mean, the only time we see Laguna is when he's not a DILF yet, but like we know he will eventually be a DILF. In a way. He's certainly not winning any Father of the Year awards. Yeah, he's quite a silly guy in Dissidia. I enjoy him a lot in Dissidia as well. He's very fun to play as in Dissidia. I like his guns. I like that for whatever reason his ultimate attack is like a miniature version of the airship that's a big laser gun. I'm not sure why. But yes, Laguna always been very attractive to me. I like his hair. I like his outfit. I enjoy a guy who's a little bit silly. Not actually very corruptible, in my opinion. Like, I don't think I would be able to corrupt him very heavily. He's probably going around here. I think this is a good place for Laguna. He's a pretty handsome fella. I don't know. Sometimes I like a guy to keep a bit of his whimsy. Yeah, he's too goofy. Okay, time for another thing I don't know anything about. We had our Final Fantasy break. Back to the stuff I don't know about. This is Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Leos from the Divine Speaker. I have no fucking clue what that is. But he is extremely hot. So I'm like, damn, let me get a lick of those, big boy. Let me run my tongue all up in there. Why are you as a man wearing a cropped top that shows off your abdominals so other men can punch you in them? Seems a bit suspicious. Yeah, put that away, you slut. It's BL according to Google. Nice. Well, I might have to pick this up. See, you tell me something's just straight up BL, and I'm like, hang on. Now I'm interested. You give me a hot guy from a shonen series, I'm like, well, sure, he's hot, but I know he'll never do anything gay. You tell me this is just straight up a BL, and I'm like, hang on. Pick the fuck up. Yeah, this guy is hot as hell. I might have to hang on. Let me Google this. The Divine Speaker? Let me look this up. Oh, this is from 2.5 Studios. They're the same people who made A Date with Death. Heck, I can't believe I haven't heard of this one. If this one's just straight up BL. Yeah, it says it's BL/yaoi because in A Date with Death, your perspective character can be any gender. But if this one's just straight up gay shit, then I might need to check this out. I might have to. This is $29.99. Nice. I'm bookmarking this page. I'm bookmarking this itch page. Thank you. Very nice. Yeah, it says the itch. If you buy it from itch, it has uncensored. It has uncensored H scenes, so that's cool. Anyways, yeah, this guy is hot as hell. Very hot. He's given kind of assassin vibes to me. He's got like kind of rogue assassin vibes. Like obviously this is a kind of a fantasy setting. You can tell from the buildings behind him. I'm like, look at the knives on his belt there, on his pouch. That's definitely like assassin slash thief slash rogue type of thing going on. So definitely corruptible. Definitely a guy with loose morals, I would say. So probably going. Probably going around here, I would think. Probably like, this is tough because I'm running out of space. Probably right here. I think right here is good. Very hot. Very hot, this Leo's guy. Yeah, that's an easy one. That's a wood for sure. I think this one's another repeat, but hey, I'll do it again. Who wouldn't? Who would not? Classic. Like, this is another one that really hit the gay art sphere. This is they specifically said Breath of the Wild Link. Not just any Link, but Breath of the Wild Link. The one you can put in all kinds of girly outfits. I don't know if he's my favorite Link. I'll say that off the bat. I really like Twilight Princess Link and adult Ocarina of Time Link. But that's just because I like the art style of those games a lot. Like, Ocarina of Time has a very 90s anime look that I like. If you look at its 2D art. I also like the art for the Oracle game. That's like another 90s style anime. Like, there are two different parts. There are two different sides of the 90s anime spectrum. Is Ocarina and the Oracle games. But I definitely like Breath of the Wild Link's design. Like, I like how he has very soft features. You will stand by your argument that Hyrule Warriors has the best designs for a majority of Zelda characters. Oh, that's uncontestable to me. I'm not gonna contest that. I love Hyrule Warrior Link's like scarf. I love its like Valkyrie-ass Zelda design. Hyrule Warriors has a lot of great designs. I love its Ganondorf too. I love his long flowing mane of hair. Its Ganondorf is excellent. Now that's a hot Ganondorf. I would definitely go crazy. I would give that Ganondorf the sloppiest of his life. But I do like Breath of the Wild Link a lot. You can put him in a lot of gay-ass outfits, so that's always a plus. He's very pretty. And Tears... I mean, my problem is I also don't like Breath of the Wild. I've had to force myself to accept that Nintendo will never make a Zelda game I like ever again. It's all gonna be open world garbage from now on. I fucking hate it. I'm so sick of it. I want dungeons. I want a compact overworld, and I want dungeons with a theme where you get a new tool, and you use that new tool to beat the boss. I love that. I like that structure for Zelda. I don't want the... Here's how to perfectly explain why I don't like Breath of the Wild compared to, like, old 3D Zelda world design. I have the autism. I have the type of autism where I like building the Legos with the instructions that came in the box. I don't like just building whatever I want with the Legos. Do you understand? I don't want to put together a Rube Goldberg contraption that somehow turns into an airplane that I use to fly over the puzzle. I want to use the unique item that you gave me in the dungeon to solve the puzzle. Does that make sense to you, henchbuns? That makes sense to me. That's why I don't like Breath of the Wild. Or Tears of the Kingdom. I'd probably like it even less. Because that's even more like Rube Goldberg nonsense. I don't want to make an airplane to fly over the puzzle and then not solve the puzzle. Like, so many of, like, the quote-unquote, like, epic clips of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that I see is like, look at how I built this stupid contraption to not interact with the game. I'm like, that just seems like the game is bad. Aren't I so smart for figuring out a way to not play the video game? And I'm like, well, why did they make it like this? It just seems like then they don't want you to play the video game. And I'm like, the worst thing is they don't have, like, good dungeons. They don't have, like, cool dungeons with theme. I want to play a Zelda game, and yes, I want to go to the lava dungeon every time, and the forest dungeon, and the water dungeon. I like that shit. I like the themes. And those games have none of that stuff that I actually like about Zelda. So that's my rant. That's my rant over. This does not reflect on Breath of the Wild Link as a design. I actually think it's quite a good design. Even though I'm a classic green tunic truther. I think this is a fine Link design. And it really does help that you can put him in all kinds of slutty little outfits. So that's, I mean, it's a good design, is what I'll say. He's very cute. He's very smoochable. But I feel like kind of oversaturation has hit this Link, and I'm like, okay, yep, I've seen enough. That's my problem. That and my bitterness about the current state of Zelda. So I think, I don't remember where I placed him last year, but he's probably around here. I feel like I could corrupt him a little bit. I feel like this Link is especially, because this Link has no story. This Link has no story, so he's not a pure incorruptible hero. So he'd probably go over here. There's no story in that game to prove to me that Link is a clear, is like a pure uncorruptible paragon of courage. So I just have to assume I could do it. Yeah, he has amnesia, so I could just lie to him. He's just a stupid wild boy who has no brain. Okay, next up. This is another Code of Princess character. Once again, a game I have been meaning to get to someday, but never got around to, but want to. This is Lion Gate. He appears to be some sort of Char-Aznable type of guy. He's got a nice fit. He's definitely got that Char-Aznable thing going on with the mask. Well, I mean, I take one look at the mask and I'm like, yep, that's a Char type of guy. He's probably secretly familially related to one of the characters. He might even be voiced by Ikeda in the Japanese audio. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. I can kind of just tell everything about this guy immediately from this design. It's very tropey. It's clearly built on very clearly established character archetype designs, right? He's got kind of a, he's like obviously a bad guy, but he probably has a sense of honor. He's got a, you don't know if that yellow thing counts as a scarf. I would describe it as more of a sash, because you can see it looping around his shoulder there. He was Fukuyama in the JP dub. Close enough. Fukuyama is kind of like the modern Ikeda, in my opinion. He's a guy with a Char mask, voiced by Lelouch. So, I mean, you know, close enough. Right? I can kind of tell everything about this guy immediately. Unfortunately, I don't like his hair very much. His mask is kind of cool. I'd want to see him in action in the game. But unfortunately, he has the problem a lot of Char clones do, where he's not as hot as the original. He's not as hot as Char Aznavour himself. So that's a shame. But, like, I must assume that as a Char clone, he has a very loose moral compass, so he's probably around right here. Unfortunately, not very hot, but definitely corruptible. Right? He's probably like, I believe in honorable combat until I don't. Right? One of those types of guys, I think. Ooh, here comes a boy I like a lot. Here comes a boy I like a lot. From, once again, the goat of all fighting games. This is Landrekia from Under Night. I love Landrekia. If I didn't main Hilda, I'd main Landrekia. I might learn Landrekia one of these days. Look at the boots. Yeah, he's the Ice Prince. Look at the fucking thigh-high boots. Nobody who isn't a fucking slut for cock wears boots like that, is what I'm saying. I know he gags on it, henchbuns. I know it. I can fucking tell. Look at his boots. Oh, they're militaristic. They're like old European military. I don't care. In the modern day, if you're wearing boots like that, you're gagging on it fiercely. You do not have a gag reflex if you wear boots like that. Once again, I do not know a lot about Under Night's story. I'm only going off of vibes and the few facts I do know. One of the facts I do know is that he's from the same organization as Wagner, I believe, which is kind of like got that that European militaristic style to them. Like they all wear outfits kind of like this. Like Wagner definitely does. Orie kind of does too, but she also looks kind of like a nun. Her and Kaguya. Oh yeah, all those, like, especially like German, Prussian, Austrian, Hungarian, like those old school European militaries, they're all gay as hell. He could also be the kind who makes boys gang on it. I don't know. He doesn't seem very dominant to me. Like, he seems like, I mean, not a lot of boys seem very dominant to someone like me, of course. But, I don't know. I could see him switching it up, but I think he gives a very faux confident vibe to me. Like as soon as you defeat him, he's like pleading and crying. In my opinion, I don't know. I don't know a lot about Under Night's story. This is just purely vibes-based guessing, and what I want personally. He's like, from my understanding, he's not a bad guy. He's not a villain. He's just a pain in the ass. Like, he's very stuck up. He's like, no, we gotta do it by the rules or whatever. So I would enjoy corrupting him. So he's probably right around here. Am I covering anybody up? I don't think so. I gotta be sure. No, I'm not really covering anybody up. I might have to move some stuff, though, to make things more visible. So we'll put them right there for now. It's getting hard. There's not many boys I don't feel confident about corrupting. That's the problem. I probably should have thought around my categories a little stronger. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm overconfident. I feel like I can corrupt many. Well, you know. That's all. But I do like Londraki a lot. He's very hot. Despite the ice powder, it's very hot. Who's next? Oh, good. Oh, good. One of my favorites. One of my all-time favorites. From one of my all-time favorites. One of my all-time favorite boys from one of my all-time favorite anime. This is Lauren Seahack from Turn A Gundam. Turn. We'll find someone for the bottom left corner eventually. Maybe. That's tough. It's a tough place to be. I love Turn A Gundam. I love Lauren. He's one of the bestie boys of all time. Totally adorable. Very kissable. Very head-pattable. The Lauren Seahack. Yes. And obviously, well known. There's like a whole arc of him cross-dressing because his highly, deeply closeted patron doesn't want anybody to know he's gay. Oh, Gwyn. Not Gwyn. What's that fucking guy's name? I'm really bad at remembering names if it's an anime I've watched more than like 5 years ago. Like, I remember the character, I remember what he's about, I remember what he does, I just don't remember his fucking name. And I don't know why I have this condition. But yes, I love Lauren. Turn A Gundam's one of the best anime ever made. Quite an emotional anime for me. It's one of those that hit at just the right point in your life, right? Oh, his name is Gwyn. I was right. It's Gwyn Sard Reinford. I was thinking of Gim Gingnam, who's another character in that show. Gwyn Gingnam? No. Gwyn. His name's Gwyn. Yeah, Lauren is obviously very fair-faced, so some people also just kind of assumed he was a girl. And so Gwyn was like, yes, let's roll with that. And Harry Ord is kind of the Char type character, except he's normal, so he's actually a good guy. And he also thinks Lauren is a girl, and he kind of briefly has the hots for the female Lauren. Very fun. Yeah, and Lauren's just like chill with all of that, right? Like, he doesn't complain about being made the cross-dress because he's like, well, it'll help the relationship between the moon and the earth, because Lauren's from the moon. There's like people living on the moon in this Gundam future, but they've been separated from Earth for so long that Earth forgot about their existence. So they're trying to connect with each other. A lot of Turn A Gundam is about trying to prevent a war from happening. There's like tensions between Earth and the moon, and they're trying to stop it. They're trying to make sure a fight doesn't happen. But yeah, I love Lauren. He's a fantastic character. Very cute. I love him a lot. I'd probably put him around here. He's hard to corrupt, I think. I think he's so dedicated to his moon princess Diana that it would be hard to swap out another princess in his mind, right? I'm another drill-haired princess, but would he accept me as a replacement after a lot of abuse? It's hard to say. I'd probably put him around. We'll swap him with the Samurai Warriors guy, actually. I'm gonna have to start moving stuff to make this all work out. Eternity Gundam is so good. You should all watch it. Here comes another thing. Oh boy, you're asking a lot of me. You're asking a lot of me to think about this guy. This is, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Marazai Izurash from Warhammer 40k. This is one bad-looking dude. Everybody, have you ever noticed that everybody in Warhammer always has like a skull ornament somewhere? I don't know anything about Warhammer. I'm not. Here's the problem. I'm not trans enough or fascist enough to get into Warhammer. Is my problem. You can only be one of those two things, from my understanding, to really get into Warhammer 40k, and I'm not either of them. So I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about Warhammer 40k. And its aesthetics are just... I've never cared for it aesthetically. With its giant armored shoulder pad men. Like, I've never cared for this style of art where he's covered in 5 million knives and has... He's like, this guy is edgelord supreme, and I'm like, all right, man, bring it down a notch. You're turning me off with all this edge. Like, I've never cared for this style of Western sci fantasy that is Warhammer. I've never cared for it. He does look pretty corruptible, though. I think we might have found our first bottom left. Yeah, I know Slanesh is like the big sex god or whatever. I've only know what I've absorbed from osmosis from Warhammer, and I don't really care for it. Here we go. Here's our first bottom left. This guy is definitely corruptible. Just I can tell from that appearance. He already looks pretty corrupt. So I mean, you know, you can hang out down there. I think that's pretty good. Next up, who do we have next? Actually, a Metal Gear game I have not played. Character from a Metal Gear I haven't played. I've never played Ghost Babel. This guy's name is Marionette Owl. He's from Ghost Babel, which I should play sometime because I've heard it's good. I've heard Ghost Babel is pretty good. Yeah, my player for Nocturnal Combat has no. He's good at playing around in the dark. He prefers the lights off, I guess. I know I've heard Ghost Babel's really good. I've just never gotten around to it. I should though. It's in one of those new collections, isn't it? Isn't Ghost Babel in one of the modern collections? Is it in the one that's going to have 4? I think they said it's going to be in the one that has 4, right? I'm just excited to be able to play Metal Gear Solid 4 on something mod. So that, I mean, I've been thinking about, are these my pervert lenses? On his eyes? No, those are his pervert lenses. Oh, you mean my glasses? Yes, these are my pervert lenses. Don't call me silly. I've been talking about boys for 3 hours. I'm focusing on other things in your monotonous questions. Yeah, I've been thinking of playing the Metal Gear games again. So, I don't know, this could be an opportunity to play Ghost Babel for the first time. Right? When they announced that collection that's gonna have 4 in it, I was like, man, I should play Metal Gear games again. I should play the MSX Metal Gear games, and then Metal Gear Solids, and I guess Ghost Babel. Anyways, this is Marionette Owl from Ghost Babel. I like his outfit. He's got a pretty cool outfit. He's got quite the slender waist as well. And I like his freaky eyes. A freaky set of eyes is always a good bonus. I think he's fairly attractive. I think he's got some good ideas going on. It's hard to tell everything on just the sprite, but I think he's pretty chill. Not chill, rather, but pretty hot. Actually, the opposite of chill. I'm not like super knowledgeable about everything he's got going on, but I do think he's fairly hot. He's probably, I mean, I'm assuming from his name, Marionette Owl, you only have a name like that in a Metal Gear game if you're like, you know, part of the enemy team. So I'm assuming he kind of comes pre-corrupted. He probably loves the military-industrial complex or whatever. I don't actually know if Kojima was involved with Ghost Babel, so it might not be that complex. I actually think it's quite military-industrial simple. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely kind of corrupted already. I'd probably put him around here. Like, yeah, that's a decent wood, I feel. I'd like to see what kind of freak shit he could get up to with whatever weird biomechanical augmentations he has, because this is Metal Gear. Okay, who's next? Oh, an Arknights man. You know, I'll say this for Arknights. Of all the gacha slops, Arknights is one of like the top 2 when it comes to men. This is Midnight from Arknights. I didn't know they had guys like this in Arknights. I've seen some of their other men. They've got some good men and twinks in Arknights. I just didn't know there was like this vampire fantasy guy there. I thought Arknights was kind of sci-fi. This is just straight up a vampire fantasy man. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But he's definitely very attractive. He has nice tits. Nice tits, sir. And I like his hair a lot. I'm kind of a sucker for, like, longer wolf cuts. Like, I like his hair. I like his outfit. I like that his titties are out. That's a bonus. So I can definitely... Like, vampires are inherently slutty. Right? So I'm glad he's embraced that. Vampires are definitely kind of like the most sexual of horror type monsters. So I always like seeing a sexy vampire, right? That's a classic, is sexy vampire. He is an ex-host that got rock cancer because a rival host got jealous of him. I see. Well, that explains the outfit too. That explains the outfit too, is that he used to work as a host. Like, I can just see a guy dressed like that already in a host club, just maybe without the giant purple sword. The purple sword also a bonus. Yes, quite a handsome creature of the night, I must say. Yeah, I would definitely gluck on it. Very hot, very hot. It's also a suave and cool dude that's nice underneath that. It sends money to his family back home. Oh, he's got a soft side. He's definitely strikes me as one of those vampires who's like constantly, like, he seems like, you look at him, he's like, oh, he's so gloomy and aloof. But then you get to know him better and you learn that he's struggling with his vampiric urges to suck blood and stuff. He doesn't want to hurt people, but he's got these urges, these uncontrollable urges. Right? Classic vampire stuff. Would I give him the grapefruit technique? For sure. You know I would. So I'm quite fond of this fella. And yeah, the uncontrollable urge to suck cock. That all vampires struggle. So I think he's pretty corruptible from that, right? Like, I'd want to push him to give in to his urges. We'll put him around here, I feel. think this is a good spot. I think this is a good spot. Very handsome. I like him quite a bit. Nice titties, sir. Suck on some blood, why don't you? Give in to your addiction. I'm all about encouraging your worst self. Time for a thing I don't really know what to make of, or that I've never heard of. This is gonna be a fast one because I don't really know what to make of this guy. This is Mr. Neighbor from something called Be My Neighbor. Be Kind to My Neighbor, actually, is the full title. A little too abstract for me, I'm afraid. A little too quite literally cubist for me. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I saw his little pride badge. That's cool, I guess. Very Tumblr, yes. Very Tumblr. This guy would pop off huge on, like, 2010s Tumblr. Yeah, we're going right there. You can live right there, pal. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. You can hang out with Coach McGurk down here. Next up. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We get to run back. We get to run back a series from last year that I got to gush about. This is Noe Archiviste from Case Study of Vanitas. You need to watch Case Study of Vanitas, henchpuns. I'm telling you right now. You want to talk about sexy vampires? You want to talk about hot fucking vampires? Fucking Case Study of Vanitas has it for you. You need to watch Case Study of Vanitas. Hop on Case Study of Vanitas. Case Study of Vanitas has it for you. Case Study of Vanitas has it for you. Noe Archiviste is, I guess you could describe him as the second protagonist. Last year we had Vanitas himself on the list. Vanitas, a charming, absolutely delectable gremlin of a boy. Noe Archiviste is kind of like his foil. He himself is a vampire. Is a lot more of, he's kind of like the responsible one of the duo. Like, he's always telling Vanitas how stupid his fucking stupid plans are. And then he goes along with them anyways because he's a male wife who secretly wants to make Vanitas happy. God, he's so hot too. He's so... How is every character in fucking Vanitas so fucking hot, dude? This author is so smart. Look at him. He's so handsome. I need him. He's so fucking insanely hot. I need to read that other manga from that mangaka too. Pandora Hearts, I believe is the name. Noe is so fucking hot. See, there's also some girls in this series, right? It's a very bisexual series. They're like the dumbest polycule ever. And her name is literally Dami. And so she's like, they have like the whole childhood marriage promise thing going on between her and Noe. So she's like kind of competing with Vanitas for his attention. And she'll like try and put him on a leash and stuff. It's so awesome. So he's definitely a corruptible boy. I'm gonna probably put him around here. Right? He's a boy who would react very well to being leashed. Vanitas is so good. Henchbuns, you need to hop on Case Study of Vanitas. Please look at these hot vampire twinks. And also, like, the girl who dresses in a military uniform and hits you with a riding crop. It's so fucking good. Please. Please watch Case Study of Vanitas. Anyways. Next up. Yeah, embrace bisexuality. Watch case study of the news. Okay, here's who we have next. We have Olivier from Trails in the Sky. I played a little bit of Trails in the Sky, the first, not the remake, the original, years ago, and I totally bounced off of it. I did not like it. But I do remember this guy. Kind of. He's pretty, I guess. I don't exactly remember what his bit was, because every Trails character is a one-note anime character that has one bit that they'll never shut up about, and that's their entire character. I think his was that he flirts with women but is obviously gay. I think that was his. I think that's just his whole character. I don't remember. I don't think I cared for him very much when I met him in Trails in the Sky. Every Trails, the reason I bounced off of Trails in the Sky is every character was just so fucking one note to me. Part of the reason, and then I thought the gameplay stuff. Like the fucking ordnance was just like materia with 50 more steps, and I kind of hated it. So I just bounced off of Trails in the Sky the first very hard. And then everybody was like, well, yeah, it gets good like 10 games later. What's wrong? I'm just gonna go play Ease instead. And then I did. It was okay, I guess. If there's any Trails character, when I've seen a picture of them, that's made me totally go... Awooga, it was Wazy Hemisphere, who I think we had last year. I really like Wazy Hemisphere. This Olivier fella, I don't know. Like, he's like one of those very tropey characters that I'm like, I like some tropey stuff. How do I explain this? Like, I really like some old school anime tropey stuff, but it's all in the delivery. And it's very easy to tip over into just being really annoying, which is what I kind of thought about Olivier. It's like, oh, I get it. You're one of those, oh, I'm throwing roses at the person I think is hot type anime characters. And I'm like, that's all you got going on? Okay. I don't know, something like this, I guess. Sorry to be a hater. No, I'm not. I love being a hater. Play a real Falcom game. I'm like the Persona hater for Falcom, except I also hate Persona. I say play a real SMT game and also play a real Falcom game. Next up, the latest in meme shonen sensations. Also, this is Oga Shirokabe from Alien Headbutt. I know this one popped off on social media because it's a silly shonen concept with the kind of hot guy who wrestles aliens. That's what I know about it. Now I'm like, nope. I'd rather be reading Boys Love. The list, it did need more beef. I agree, Blasitron. I understand that once again I'm being a hater with snooty tastes. But sometimes you see something posted so much on social media that you're like, my defiance disorder is acting up. It's like, oh, how silly. He's a normal man who wrestles aliens. And I'm like, that's great. That's great, buddy. That's cool. Can I go read Yaoi now? I know you're a shonen author, and therefore you'll never be able to make this guy kiss another man, so why should I care? He is hot, though. You're right that this list needed more beef, and I appreciate you willing to make that happen. He's decently hot. I've seen pictures of him online. I don't know. I don't think he's pretty enough is the problem. He's just kind of beefy in a normal way. Though I do appreciate the author drawing his abs whenever possible. Yeah, but he's never gonna kiss any of the other male aliens, so why should I care? He seems like one of those indomitable human spirit type guys. So like, the thing with indomitable human spirit type of guys is like, do I feel like putting in the effort to corrupt this guy today? And I don't think I would feel like doing that every day for this guy. So he's going over there. Next up, the Street Fighter character who got lost on his way to King of Fighters, Remy from Street Fighter. This is not... I should have chosen a different art for him. I should have chosen like art from like actually Street Fighter 3 and not this weird ass Street Fighter 5 art where they drew this really cheap art style for every Street Fighter character ever for some reason. Here, let me change. I should have used the actually good Street Fighter 3 art. He's got way better art to choose from. Yeah, we'll go with his port from Street Fighter 3. I just need to find it a good resolution. The problem. Wow, why is this portrait so hard to find in a good resolution? We'll go with this one. That should update it. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. This is Remy from Street Fighter 3. Guile's anime son. You know, I've never been a big Remy lover. Like, he always really did feel like they were trying to cop SNK's thing of like making a guy with more realistic proportions, right? Because so many Street Fighter characters are zany in their musculature and proportions, whereas SNK guys have always looked a little more realistic in their builds. Like, there's a lot of jokes about how he looks like kind of like Iori, but I really do think that's what they were trying to do here with this design, is they're like, make a guy who's kind of got that modern fashion, you know, modern at the time, and who looks kind of more realistic. Like you could see him at the club, right? He should be at the club. Remy's one of the most he should be at the club type characters ever. But I don't know, it feels like they never quite got there with Remy, and he never came back. He's like okay, I guess. He just doesn't have much going on. Like, he's kind of moody. He's moody about, what is it, his sister or something? Gil froze her in ice or some shit like that? Something like that. Yeah, he's kind of Vampire the Masquerade. Like I said, he should be at the club. I don't know. He's kind of mid, in my opinion. I'd probably put him down here. He really just doesn't have any... He just really doesn't have much going on. Like, he feels very designed by committee to me. They're like, we need to cap onto a modern trend here. We need to make a modern trendy character. Right? He was like some guy at Capcom business decision said, like, we need a modern trendy character. Yeah. Like, he really does feel like he got lost on his way to his KOF tournament. I don't know, I'd probably put him around here. This is a good spot for Remy. Yeah, he's got like the serial numbers filed off. Like, he's Temu KOF. Not even like a guy who's a KOF character, but like dollar store KOF. Dollar store KOF is a good way to describe Remy. Like, he's just okay. I don't really have any strong feelings towards Remy. There's even characters in Street Fighter I think are more attractive than Remy. Like, you'd think Remy would fit my taste, but he just doesn't feel very genuine. Here's a fun one. Here's a fun one to talk about. I think this will be a fun one to discuss. No matter what my opinion of him actually is, this is a fun one to talk about. It's showtime. It's Roger from the Big O. I love this anime. The Big O is genuinely one of my favorite anime of all time. I love this guy. I love the Big O in general. Big O is a fantastic show.
That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one
yeah,
and
oh
only.
shit, it's Bruce Wayne. That's right. Yeah, everybody knows the story of the Big O. Some Sunrise animators worked on Batman the Animated Series. They were inspired by it, go on to make the Big O, which is a very Art Deco style, right? Very inspired by Batman the Animated Series and Bruce Timm style. Everybody knows the story. And it's a beautiful show. I love the Big O. I love its whole plot. I love its themes, right? Hey, you ever hear of this little Friedrich Nietzsche guy and his concept of the eternal return? You ever read about that one? Big O's basically about that. I like that they basically, like, even a lot of the villains are very Batman, right? Oh shit, we got the Killer 7. We got the Killer 7 bump. Yeah, I was just about to talk about Schwarzwald. Like, he's very Batman villain. Like, he looks like... He's very, like, Scarecrow, in my opinion.
I feel my blood rushing through my
body.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is it. The feeling, it's coming back to me. The sensation of killing. The doom and darkness. The dark streets. They're calling me to the ultimate ring.
Very good reading. Good night, Scuddy. Anyways, I love the Big O. Yeah, like I said, Schwarzwald. I mean, there's that android guy in the second season who is like as close as you can get to the Joker without getting sued. Yeah. I mean, I love Schwarzwald is like one of my favorite characters in anything. I love Schwarzwald. I love his insane speeches. You should if you were a Toonami kid who grew up with the dub, you need to watch the original Japanese audio, because watching the dub, you just miss out. You miss out on when Schwarzwald just starts yelling shit in German. It's great. I love Schwarzwald. He's a fantastic character. You want to talk about a guy with a speech? He's got many of them. He's got a lot to say. He's got a lot of Nietzsche on the mind. Anyways, we're talking about Roger though. I think Roger's a handsome fella, right? He kind of has a very Gap Moe appeal, I think, where he like very much tries to pass himself off as like a very straight-laced professional guy. But then you like see his habits at home where he like tries to sleep into the afternoon, and like he can't do a lot by himself. Like, he's kind of a fail guy a little bit. Like, not a lot. He's still very competent. He's very competent in his job, but not so much the personal life stuff. Right? Which is kind of the Batman thing creeping through. I actually do genuinely like he's kind of a Batman characterization I do like, where he's very good at the things he's good at, but like when it comes to having like a personal life, like he kind of sucks at it. Like he can kind of pretend, but everybody thinks he's a weirdo, right? That's like the Bruce Wayne in my head. So I do think Roger, on top of being very conventionally handsome, I do feel like he has a very Gap melee appeal that they lean into in a few episodes that make him very fun. I love all of his interactions with Dorothy, right? Him and Dorothy make such a great couple. It's another example of het gem, in my opinion, is him and Dorothy. I have always thought they were very fun together. They have a great dynamic. But yeah, Big O is an anime I like a lot. I can get behind Roger. I kind of feel like what we're cooking here. Here's my problem. I don't know how you would corrupt a guy like this. Like, you watch Big O and I'm like, how do I... Like, we're mostly working on layers of allegory here as a story. I don't know if I can corrupt it. He'd probably go around here. I think that's a good place for Roger Smith. Like, I'd have to give him like 50 existential breakdowns about him not being real. But then I'm like, well, you're not real, so whatever. Next up, I like Big O suit. Hey, we got another classic anime man. Another classic anime man. We've got Ryo Saiba from City Hunter. Very handsome. Very, very traditionally handsome guy. Perhaps even he's kind of like Roger, where he's very traditionally handsome, but he's like even higher on the actually a goofy asshole scale is Ryo Saiba from City Hunter. I haven't seen as much City Hunter as I should have. I've seen the Jackie Chan City Hunter movie, where that's the one where the bit where he dresses as Chun-Li for no reason comes from. Oh yeah, Ryo's a wacky fucking guy. Yeah, he is the epitome of they let me hit because I'm goofy. And you know what? I would let him hit because he's goofy. He's a very entertaining character from what little I've seen of City Hunter. Ryo is kind of like... He's kind of like one of those killer with a heart of gold types of characters. I don't think he ever really does a lot of killing. But, like, officially his job is, like, bodyguard / assassin / detective. Like, he kind of fills all of those roles. Like, you can... He's, like, generally, I get hired to do violence type of man. Right? So it's a very noirish manga. And he, you know, he gets a lot of the femme fatales type and stuff. But he's also goofy as hell. Like, that's like his... Not really a hidden side. But, like, he's actually just fucking goofy. Right, like, he's good with guns. And he's kind of a lovable rogue type of guy. He's very Han Solo in a way. Like, I feel like this is like the rippling echo of Han Solo is Ryo Saiba. Right, the kind of the dashing rogue, except with a lot of silly anime stuff going on. Like, he gets into hijinks. I definitely think he's handsome. I definitely would fuck him. I don't think he's really corruptible, though, because he's just in it for the cash. Yeah, exactly, Linkwolf. That's like a great clip that sums up City Hunter. Is that, like, he is like, haha, I flipped up your skirt, pretty lady. And she's like, ah, mole, and slaps him. And then he makes, like, some impossible gunshot, and everybody's impressed. I just don't think you can corrupt this guy, because he's just in it for the money. So he's like occupying a similar space as Roger, right? Like, I couldn't really turn him towards evil, because he just wants to get paid, really. He just wants to get paid. He's not in it for the love of the game. I could pay him for evil, but that's not really corruption. I mean, not the kind of corruption that we're talking about. That's like corrupt in a legal sense, but not Not in an not in a sad panda tag type of sense. That's like normal corruption. Here's a fun one. So my fate journey is only beginning. So obviously I have not seen this. I have not seen this. But this is Fate Strange Fake Saber, which is a different guy. Not my understanding. He's of the Saber class, but not the King Arthur Saber. I have seen him in various states of dress on social media, though. He's very hot. He is very attractive. I'm like, wow, this guy is hot as hell. I can like him from looks alone, right? Yeah, the red streaks are very cute. And I like his little braid. You ever see a guy with a braid like that? You just know a little tug and he's moaning like crazy. Yeah, this is... I mean, a lot of my Fate fan friends tell me Strange Fake is very good. So that's probably one I'll get to when I'm done with regular Fate Stay Night. Unless something the rest of the visual novel does pisses me off so much it entirely puts me off of the franchise. Which I don't think will happen, but anything can happen in this wild world. I'm a known Nasu critic, right? Even though I enjoy things he does, I'm quite the critic of a lot of his work. So it's not impossible that something could happen that I'm just like, no, I'm done with Fate forever. But I'm just going off of pure aesthetics here because I have not seen Strange Fake. I don't know if this guy is in any other Fate stuff. They just said he's from Strange Fake, so I don't know. Fate characters get around into a lot of stuff. My understanding, he's very hot. Is this Saber? Is Strange Fake Saber? I don't think he's Arthurian myth. His true identity was spoiled, so I didn't click on it because I don't want to spoil it for when I watch it myself. So anybody with pure night vibes is like kidnap. Well, I would kidnap him, but that's another matter. Is like catnip to me. I love guys like this because it's so fun to watch them fall. I love corrupting the pure knights, so I would try very hard with him. He's going over here for sure. Dude, this Holy Grail war shit is easy. Just use a command spell to make your servant bad. This shit is easy. Just use the command spell to like tell him he has to give up on all his ideals and watch his mind break happen. That shit's easy. Yeah, I don't know his true name. I don't know anybody's true name. Like, if I've seen it, I've probably just forgotten and erased it from my brain. 'Cause I'm good at doing that. I'm good at forgetting things that are not relevant to me in the moment. But yes, I like this Saber quite a bit. Dip him in the Grail juice, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All I have to do is get my hand on that Grail and just dip him in the evil Grail juice and watch him scream and cry as he gets corrupted by it. I'm not immune to using outside forms of magical corrupting substances to get what I want. It doesn't have to all be entirely by my hands. I could use the juice if I want. Gilgamesh seems okay. It worked out for him. Okay, who do we have next? Still got a bit of a ways to go. Oh, this is a fun one because it's from one of my favorite manga. We get some guy. This is a 2-in-1. They cannot be separated. These two cannot be separated, so I'm doing them both at once. This is Saotome Mondo and Tatsuma Mido. From Taikutsu Otoko. But I've only read them as they appear in Go Nagai's Violence Jack. So Violence Jack is one of those things old mangaka do sometimes. Guys Go Nagai's age. where it's just like, I'm gonna have a bunch of other characters from a bunch of other manga I've made show up in this completely different context. Violence Jack is like that. It even has a weird version of Koji Kabuto and Mazinger. Mazinger's just a really big guy that Koji rides on the shoulders of. It's quite delightful. But these two are a delight. I loved both of these guys when I was reading Violence Jack. They are, as I recall, they are terrorists, like actual terrorists. Like this is all, you know, guys like them and Hayato from Getaro though. They clearly spawned out of reaction to certain movements in Japan in the 70s when like domestic terrorism was actually kind of a problem. Or at least like a worry enough that it penetrated popular culture. So these two are just like literal terrorists. They do big terrorism together. And so the story of Violence Jack is, right, like it's kind of the precursor to stuff like Hokuto no Ken, where a big earthquake hits the Kanto region of Japan. Is it Kanto or is it Hokkaido? I get them mixed up. I think it's Kanto. I don't remember exactly. It's been for some reason I'm getting them mixed up. I think it is Kanto because it includes Tokyo and stuff, right? Like it's where all the big metropolitan areas are, so I think it's Kanto. But anyways, a huge earthquake hits and it splits off from the rest of Japan. It's like that it's such a violent earthquake that it completely collapses all of society for this one region of Japan, and also shifts the tectonics so it's like split off into its own tiny island. It's very much that post-apocalyptic Hokuto no Ken vibe, except it's just for this one region of Japan, and the rest of the world is actually fine. It's just that like Japan just gave up on them, and they're like, you can have fun in your own little post-apocalypse. So it's just, you know, it's the kind of stuff you expect from that, especially that era, and especially from Go Nagai. There's like rape and murder everywhere, and so on and so forth. Anyways, these guys show up. They're terrorists and criminals and escape. They're like, well, it'd be better to live in the post-apocalypse island than rot in jail on the mainland. So they escape there. It's like that one really shitty Batman story. Yeah, it's kind of like No Man's Land, except Violence Jack is cool and good. So they escape there rather than be jailed on the mainland. And they're like, yes, we can do so many crimes here. And also, we're super gay. And also that other guy, Tatsuma Mido, he's very effeminate and cross-dresses all the time. And he, like, acts girly, too. And it's very funny. They're very yaoi with it. These two is Mondo and Mido. I enjoyed them a lot in Violence Jack. These are two of my favorite guys in Violence Jack. I haven't read the Go Nagai manga they're from initially, but I enjoyed them a ton in Violence Jack. I would both of them. They're both very attractive men. Go Nagai, despite his alleged heterosexuality, he's pretty good at drawing some hot men. You were right to add them, Lenoir. I always appreciate seeing some classics around here. Some classics of anime and manga. I feel like we could use some more old school men in these streams, and I'm happy you provided. But yeah, I love these guys. They're an absolute delight. They're very hot, so that helps. It helps that they're so hot. I feel like Go Nagai very, very much a horn dog for women. I'm never gonna claim Go Nagai is at all bisexual like I will for Masami Obari. I just think he was good at drawing incidentally attractive men. He's just like, he just happened to know that if he thought a guy should be attractive, he just knew how to make a guy attractive in the actually correct way and not a way like just a normie heterosexual way. right? Like what a heterosexual man thinks an attractive man looks like. He actually knew what an attractive man was. So I think these two. It helps. I mean, it's tough because it's tough with these guys that are already like murder criminals who do huge crimes. But I feel like we could push it a little further along. Oh my god, how do I fit this? I'm gonna put him probably like right around here. I think this is a good spot for him. They're very hot. I would describe their dynamic, at least in Violence Jack, as like they're like they have like a rom-com dynamic, but the humor is because they're murder criminals. Like Mito goes, tee hee, I'm so girly and effeminate and very camp. And then he's like stabs a guy's eyeballs out or whatever. Yeah, everyone in Violence Jack is a fucked up murder criminal, so it's whatever. That's part of why Violence Jack is so entertaining, is that it's so over the top. I mean, obviously, besides Go Nagai is incredible art and storytelling. Just I love how absurd and over the top every single thing Violence Jack is. I love Violence Jack. One of my favorite things. But those two can't be separated. I gotta take them as a package deal. It'd be a crazy threesome. Next up we have another manga I've read, or at least read some of, before deciding I didn't like it. This is, I will elaborate more when I introduce them. This is Sex, spelled S-E-C-H-S, from Battle Angel Alita, Last Order. So, I actually love Battle Angel Alita, the original manga, right? I love Gundam. The sequel manga, Last Order, I ended up not liking so much when I tried to read it. The thing I liked about Battle Angel Alita is that you were always like going to new places and learning more about its unique world. And then Last Order is like, what if we had a 100 chapter tournament arc in space? And I'm like, you fucked it up, buddy. You fucked it up. You gave me what I didn't want. I love learning, like, the thing about the original Alita manga that I really liked is that you get to go through this character's like life journey. Alita's like, first she's in like the junkyard with her friendly professor, and who revived her from the junkyard, and then she's like, now I'm in like the super future contact sport, and now I'm an assassin who's been forced to work for bad guys. Like, some new shit was always happening. And I was always learning new interesting things about the world, and then in Last Order, it's like just a big tournament. That's lame. It's lame. This is not what I liked about the first manga. So that's why I stopped reading it and I never got far in it. But I did see this guy. He's got a cool sword thingy. And I've always loved, even in Last Order, I still liked its art a lot. Great artists, great manga is the original Alita manga. I wish I liked Last Order more, but it just did all the stuff I did not come to Alita for. Like, I liked that it was so different and didn't have so much of that normal shonen manga stuff. And then it started doing normal shonen manga stuff, and I'm like, oh, you fucked it up. Anyways, I don't think Sex is really my type, though. He's cool, and I like that he's crazy with it. Like, I like that he looks kind of crazy. But unfortunately, I don't think he's really my type. I don't know. I do like his weird cyborg parts. Like, this is one of those instances where I think the character is more cool than actually attractive. Sometimes characters are attractive because they're cool, but this character is just cool and not so much attractive. He is definitely fucking crazy, though, so, I mean, that helps with corruptibility. He'd probably go around here, I feel. I wish I liked Last Order more so I got to read more about him, but I just did not. I did not like it, unfortunately. Ooh, here comes another classic gaming man. Not a classic manga, but a classic gaming man. This is Shiva from Streets of Rage. I feel like you probably picked the hottest picture of Shiva that exists. Whoever suggested this one. I feel like you were very selective in your artistic pictures here. Cuz I'm like, he sure doesn't look like that in the game. Oh, is this from 4? I haven't played 4 yet. No wonder. 4 does have really attractive art. I mean, that explains it. That explains it. This art being from 4 explains it. Not that he's unattractive. It's just like that I've only seen him when he's a sprite in Streets of Rage 2 and 3. Yeah, he's looking good here. I love his hair. Or I do like his hair a lot here. This on Shiva. I mean, I didn't really think much of him in Streets of Rage 2 and 3. Like, he's kind of just your standard rival guy. But he's looking real good in this art. I always like the thing where, like, the gi hangs off of one shoulder. Like, that's always pretty hot. He's got nice titties, too. Right, he's kind of hitting that thing I talked about where he's muscular, but he's got a very pretty face. Yeah, I really need to get Saint Seiya pilled. I need to hop on Saint Seiya. That's like on my big to-do list. He's very attractive in this art. Yeah, 4's art is really good. He just doesn't really have a lot of character for me to grasp onto. Maybe 4 would change that. But in 2 and 3, he is very much standard rival man, right? I mean, you know, classic beat-ups, not exactly big on the characterization thing. They're more big on the have fun punching guys thing. You don't need a story for that. Just go beat up this Mr. X guy. He's just a big crime boss. What more do you need? But he's definitely looking good in this art. I think he's very much middle of the line in corruption, right? He's just like, he just wants to beat up Axel because, you know, it's that standard rival thing of like, our martial arts master always liked you more, as I think how it is. So he's probably gonna go right about here. I think right about here is a good spot for him. Right, kind of just standard martial arts rival man. Actually, I think that's a little too... Yeah, there's good. There's good. Right? Kind of sitting with his other... Kind of sitting with the alien headbutt guy as, like, kind of a characterization I didn't really care about, but he's got good beefcake, so... Okay, next up. Man, this is an anime I've heard is good, but I haven't gotten around to yet. I have not gotten around to this one yet, even though I've heard it's good. This is a Shu Beat from Back Arrow. I've heard Back Arrow is quite good. Is it good? Or am I misremembering? I forget which one this is. I know it's like a mecha thing, right? Is it mecha? I know it's a mecha, right? Yeah, I just looked it up. It's a mecha. I don't recognize... Oh, wait, no, I do kind of recognize this design. Is it good? This was like a 2021 anime. I feel like I remember hearing about it when it started airing, and then it kind of dropped off the face of the earth, so I forgot about it until this came. He is pretty, but though this Shubi guy, I always kind of like these outfits, Chinese imperial outfits. He's very pretty. Who's that guy from Ray Earth that I like? Who I always thought was a real cutie patootie. Kind of has similar vibes. where like he grew up between seasons. Ascot, that was it. I remember his name. He's kind of got a little bit of Ascot vibes. I always thought Ascot was a real cutie. I love him. He's not quite hitting the same highs as Ascot. I like Ascot's design more, but I am a slut for Clamp. If you've ever seen Ascot from Rayer, right? Here's actually I'll just show the picture for comparison. He's like a child in season 1, and then he grows up between seasons. This is a good picture of him. This is Ascot. I've always called him Boy Shermie, because he's got the same bangs going on. He's very cute. Anyways. Yeah, Rayearth is very good. I love Rayearth. I feel like it got kind of I feel like it kind of dragged in the middle of its second season, but it was overall very good. Yeah, I like Ascot a lot. I always thought he was super adorable. But anyways, we're talking about Shu B here. Yeah, I kind of like his, you know, it's a good twink. He's Chinese. I'm always down for a good Chinese Imperial twink. Yeah, he's cute enough. I don't know, I'm not getting a lot of, like, character vibes from him outside of, like, the whole Imperial Chinese thing. I kind of like his tired-looking eyes. That tells me something. I don't know, I think the new Wraith kind of looks ugly. They do this thing with, like, retro anime revivals, like the new Ranma and the Anne of Green Gables, where they add like they're like trying to make the colors look retro, but they end up looking so saturated and like candy-like, and the same thing is happening with Rayearth, and I just think it looks ugly. But I hope it's good. I'd like to be wrong. Anyways, yeah, he's cute enough, but I just don't really get many vibes from him, so you can go about right here, I guess. You can hang out a little next to Remy. Next up. Oh, I've seen this guy. I've seen porn of this person on the internet. There we go. It's Shut from Go Princess Precure. I've also got to get Precure Pill. That's another one I have to watch. This is another one I have to hop on as Precure because it always looked fun. I've always liked the look of this fellow. He's got great villain vibes. Love the curls from one to another. Excuse me. He's very attractive. I like the sharp teeth. I like the eye makeup, right? Yeah, he's awesome. I like him a lot. He's got great looks. Just from the little I've seen of him. This is Precure is something I've been meaning to get on for a long time. I just haven't had the time to yet. Yeah, I always love sharp teeth. Sharp teeth are always fun. I always love the teeths. On a hot man. That's always a great boost. Is sharp teeth. Right? He's got roses, right? He's kind of just like me for real. I haven't even seen your show. I've already decided you're just like me for real. Let's be homies and I don't know, make out. Yeah, he can go. I know he's like a villain type of character, but he's in like a magical girl show for little girls. So, I mean, that you can always go further, buddy. Right about there. You can hang out with the Gotcha Man guy, right? I feel like you must be of a similar tier. Oh yeah, he definitely has flamboyant vibes. I mean, I'm pretty flamboyant. Look at him. We're kind of the same. We're kind of twinning. Oops. Yes, very attractive as shoot. I think I've chosen a good spot for him. Okay, next up is a real wow. I'm looking at this picture and wow. I've never seen what this is. This is Stin from Windy X Wyndham. Those shorts are hanging on for dear life, my boy. What a real cutie. I don't know what Windy X Wyndham is. Is this one of those Hunter x Hunter situations where the X is silent? I'm not sure. I have no idea what this is, but he's a real cutie patootie, and I like his weird big hat arms and his tie that seems to be tied to nothing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It's like a clip-on, but it's clipped onto his fucking skin. But he is very, very, very cute, though. Kind of a... This feels like a Child of Bridget situation. This is like a... Bridget had many children. This is a child of Bridget, for sure. This is a spawn of the Bridget. And that's awesome. Right? Children of Bridget, Boku no Pico, this guy from Stin X Wyndham. Windy X Wyndham. Which I am being told in the chat room is a terrible DS fighting game, but is related to the Unemployed Ninja Izuna series, which is interesting. I did not know that. Fascinating. I've never heard of that game, but this is a real cute-ass boy. Good heavens. Real classic in anime boy cuteness, right? This is like old. We're talking old school here. Where this is very late 2000s, 2010s era anime cute boy. Like I said, a child of Bridget for sure. Yeah, the hat thing is fun. Yeah, I know those hat arms are being used for some crazy grapples, which is probably fun. I wonder if I should look this up. Let's try and look up Windy Wyndham. Let me see if I can see what this character does in the video game. Second video on YouTube. Windy X Wyndham review, the worst fighting game on the DS. I'm not finding a lot of gameplay here. This is interesting. I have found a single video featuring this character, which is an off-cam footage of like a speed run of arcade mode or something, I guess. I'm kind of curious to see what this game looks like in action. Let me see if I can. I'm just gonna window capture it so we can watch along. I'm very curious about what this game looks like. Here's your off-cam footage. This is coming to us from, what's the name of the YouTube channel? DBK'd. The video title is Windy X Wyndham Normal Mode Speedrun Stin in 1751 Terrible World Record. Let's just see. I mean, this resolution is very low, but hopefully we can get something out of this. Wow, these meters are taking up so much of the screen. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured this character would do. He's grabbing you with his big hat arms, right, Sarabella? Yeah. Oh man, those juggles are crazy. The 6P is crazy. The 6P is goated, henchbuns. We got 15 hits off of that 6P. Literally just, yeah, okay, we're just command grabbing you and 6Ping you until you die. This game is kind of neat looking. Oh, it looks like he set up some sort of trap. Like he threw something off of his hat and it was on the ground. So I guess he can do some sort of trap. Oh, we got a super... Oh, shit! Bunny robot? Hang on, you're going up a tier, pal. He turned into, like, a big bunny robot. Alright, I've seen enough. I've seen all I need. That's all I need. I know exactly... You're awesome. You're awesome, little brother. Yep, right up there. Perfect. Yeah, those are some crazy shorts. That boy is awesome. He turned into a big bunny robot for his super. You're winning the internet, good sir. This is kind of pushing the real person rule, but it's an actor playing a character, so I never really intended for anybody 3D to show up, but I'm like, I guess I'll allow it. This is a Taku Tenkuji from Kamen Rider Ghost. Your show is terrible, sir. I'm sorry. Kamen Rider Ghost fucking sucks. I watched like 2 episodes of it and went, this sucks, and then I didn't watch anymore. One of my least favorite Kamen Rider suit designs, I think, too. I do not like the Ghost suit whatsoever. I've got nothing. I don't know. He's like fine. He's really normal looking is the problem. Like a lot of these actors they get for tokusatsu shows had careers in modeling. And sometimes that means one of these guys are really attractive, and sometimes that means they're really generic. And they're falling more on the... This guy's falling more on the generic side of things for me. Like, I don't like your show. You're normal, and you're 3D. So that's kind of the trio of big problems. You can hang out down there. I didn't watch enough of Ghost to get an eye for how corruptible he is, but Kamen Rider's typically not very corruptible. This is another thing I don't know anything about. So we're just gonna go by vibes. I mean, I can kind of guess what he's about just from looking at him and his name. This is the Count from Gankutsuo. I mean, he's named the Count and he looks like that. I can guess what his fucking deal is. I don't know anything about this. I've never heard of Gankutsuo. It says the Count of Monte Cristo on it, so I mean, I saw the Count and I looked at him, so I thought, oh, he's like a vampire, but I guess he's the Count of Monte Cristo, which I have not. I admit it, I haven't actually read that one yet. Yeah, I don't know if this... I'm assuming this is him on the cover, right? Because, like, that's the picture that was sent to me. I assume this is the eponymous Count, Edmond Dantes. I mean, I just look at him and I thought vampire on account of the deadly pallor of his skin. But I guess he's not a vampire. He's Edmond Dantes from the Count of Monte Cristo. I'm sure he has that very French noble angst. I don't know. Count of Monte Cristo if they made it all sci-fi fantasy. Oh, I see. Kind of like Vampire Hunter D then. I don't know. problem is this picture is kind of hard to get a look at it. I mean, he does have that dark angst look to him that I do like. But he's not really doing... He is blue for an amazing reason, it's true. He's not really doing a lot for me. I don't know. I mean, I know from Cold for Osmosis that I guess he's Edmond Dantes. So I guess he can go right around here. I don't know. Actually, I gotta move Hawk there a little lower. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really get much of anything from this fellow other than the literary connection for a book I have yet to read. So sorry. Sometimes I just don't know. I can't have a strong opinion on every guy that crosses my stream. Sometimes that's just how it is. Oh, now here's a hottie. A hottie from another thing I don't know anything about, but I have seen pornography of him on the internet. This is the Sultan from Sultan's game. This is another thing I really don't know anything about, but this guy is really hot. This is a real hot guy. I like that you never see his eyes. Like, I like that his hair, which is pushed down by the crown, covers his eyes. I like that about him. And obviously his boobies. That's a good plus. Oh, he definitely looks pretty corrupt, right? Like, it's hard to be this type of guy and not be super corrupt already. He's so hot, though. He is so hot. I love his hair. You've noticed a lot of that nipple chain together thing in art lately? I feel like it's always been pretty popular, but I feel like you've seen more people appreciating it openly now. Ooh, excuse me. I'm getting sleep. It's been a long day. It's been a long night of boy judging. We still got some to go, though. No, I think it's quite attractive. You like seeing the trend line of the boy ranking graph? Yeah. I mean, I feel like the hench buns have a pretty good view of my taste. We're talking about the Sultan from Sultan's game now. I don't know anything about this. I've only like heard of it, and obviously I've seen much art of this beautiful man posted. So, very, very attractive. This feels like another guy where it feels like we would be trying to out-corrupt each other, right? It would be more competitive. It's a deck builder game. Oh, that explains why it slips right off my brain. Why do they gotta keep putting hot guys in slop gameplay genres? Where am I putting you? The problem is this graph is very full. I really... Well, no, that's too low. You're too hot for that lowness. Oh my god. Let's... I'm gonna move this guy. What was his fucking name? Karma. Move Karma, I knew. Look at that. Look at that missing soul. Over here. Right in there. Slip on in. Yeah, that does sound, yeah, exactly. I'm saying it'll be competitive. I feel like this guy can be corrupted and weakened by taking him down a bit, right? He's very used to being in charge. He's very used to being the Sultan, right? That means authority. If I just show him that I can take him down and like take away everything from him, take away his authority, make it my own, that would be good. Right? I think that would go well. Okay. That guy is super fucking hot. Time for another guy from Code of Princess. Time for another guy from Code of Princess. Yeah, I don't know why somebody was like, here's 3 Code of Princess men. I'm like, okay. I don't think I've seen a single guy from this game posted before. I didn't think there were guys in Code of Princess, but we learned. This is a guy named Tsukikage. Who are our other 2 Code of Princess guys? Because you want me to play it. Well, I also want to play it. I gotta get around to it. Even before I knew there were men in that game, I wanted to play it just because it looked good. Who are the other 2? It was Lion Gate. There was another guy from Code of Princess. Allegro, that was it. The jester boy. Who I had to dock points from that, despite being very cute, he had clown-based attire. For that, he must be punished and demoted. This guy looks okay. He looks... I don't know. My problem is, I've seen a lot of pretty long-haired samurai men in my time. Right? I've seen a lot of those in my time. And this guy's just kind of normal looking compared to a lot of them. Like, his flowing brunette locks are pretty nice, but I feel like I've seen this exact concept done better elsewhere. Right? There's a lot of long-haired, pretty samurai men in anime. You'd have to work pretty hard to impress me with that. I don't know. Like, no offense, but I saw this guy, and I was like, is this an actual character in the game? He looks more like a regular enemy unit sprite. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'd cut down 50 copies of him in one level. Kind of generic, not gonna lie. But he is a samurai, which means he believes in Bushido. But Bushido is all bullshit, kind of like chivalry, so he's actually extremely corrupt. So he's probably here. I'll probably put him around here, I guess. Oh, we get another repeat from last year, but I'll allow it because he's so hot. He's so hot. One of the hottest in his series. This is Venom from Guilty Gear. He's so fucking hot, dude. Venom is so hot. Always been so hot. One of the hottest Guilty Gear men, in my opinion. It's like him, Zato, and Anji are probably my top 3 hottest Guilty Gear men. I'm like trying to think of the others. There's Kai, I guess, but they kind of stripped him of his hotness in Strive. Venom's still hot in Strive, and so is Zato. And so is Anji. They fucked Kai's shit up in Strive, and I'm not afraid to say it. He should have his long hair back, and I miss his old outfit. I don't like the street normal like pants and jacket of Strive Kai. Who else? Who are the other hot guys in Guilty? That's my top 3 is Zato, Anji, and Venom. Leo's a little too borrowed for me. I like Kai up to Exert, and Strive is ugly now. Let me look. Oh yeah, Raven. That was it. Raven was the one I was trying to conquer. Raven's like another top hot guy in Guilty Gear. Happy Chaos is also really hot. We talked about Asuka earlier. I've always really liked Happy Chaos too. I think those are my top ones. I mean, it used to be Testament, but Testament no longer uses those programs. Hespin's still pretty up there as far as hot characters in Guilty Gear go, of course. Yeah, I think that's my list. It's like Zato, Raven, Venom, Anji, pre-Strive Kai, Happy Chaos, Asuka. Those are my besties. Those are the top Guilty Gear men. But anyways, Venom, we're talking about him. He's so hot. He's so hot. And he does work for an assassin, or at least used to work for an assassin organization. So, and he did it because he was obsessed with another man. So I feel like I just need to tap into that obsession. Oh my god, where am I gonna fit this guy? And he can bake me sweets. He's the full package. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, I'm gonna fit him. He can go at the top. He's so fucking hot. He's Venom. I think that's a good place for him. Oh no. Here comes another game I don't know about because I don't like the kind of game it is. Okay, this is Victor from Deadlock. I don't know. Here's my problem. I saw this guy, and at first glance, I thought this was Casey Jones from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles without his mask on. I'm like, is that Casey Jones from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? And I'm like, no, it's Victor from Deadlock, who, I guess, from his appearance and name, is some sort of Frankenstein. This monster. He's some sort of Frankenstein type of man. He does have that, sickly goth boy look to him, which is pretty alright. What in the Eddie Riggs but slim is this? Oh. See, if I heard Jack Black's voice come out of that, I would be very concerned. But really, I legitimately thought it was fucking Casey Jones from TMNT. I'm like, are people trying to ask me if I would fuck Casey Jones from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? But no, they're asking me if I would fuck Victor from Deadlock, which is not a game I play because I don't like MOBAs. My problem with MOBAs is that every match takes like 500 years. This is why I play fighting game, because that shit can be over fast. That's why fighting games are my competitive genre of choice. You're not there for 5 years in one match. Unless you're playing Guilty Gear Strive. Or Smash Brothers. You feel like Casey Jones has a better chance than this guy? Well, hang on. Let me finish what I'm talking about. I do think he has a charm to him, right? I do, you know, I can go for a very unhealthy looking goth man sometimes. Like, he is quite literally a dead man. And that does kind of appeal to my sense of the taboo. So, there's something there. There's something to that. He's a dead guy who's revived with, you know, mad science. There's something, you know, Frankenstein is a very gay book. When you look at it through the lens of Mpreg. Frankenstein's monster is basically Victor's Mpreg baby. Like, so much of the subtext of Frankenstein is the taboo of a science-made immaculate conception. He's an Mpreg baby, so there's something going on here about this kind of taboo. Your issue with this kind of design is you wouldn't pick him over similar men. That is true. I feel like this is kind of like that samurai guy from earlier, Tsukikage, where I'm like, I've seen this exact concept done a lot of times, and brother, you're not the one to do it best, you know? He's like okay. I can get down in the slime with a guy every now and then, and he does look like he would have a nice like thin coating of slime on him at all times. He's all right. He seems like he's probably depressed too, in that very Frankenstein way, like, oh father, why did you give such a horrible thing like me life? Even though he's got this cocky smile going on, it kind of hides an inner sadness. Probably put it right around here, I think. I think that's fine. Just above the middle of the wood line, I think is perfect. I think that's a-okay. I've been talking so long that I got kind of congested and sniffly because I ate right before stream. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but if you've ever talked for 4 hours straight, sometimes you get like weirdly congested. So I'm a little sniffly. I apologize. He's basically trying to find out who and what he's made from. See, yeah, that's tapping into that Frankenstein's monster, like, kind of gothic sadness. That's kind of sexy in its own way. I get it. Here comes a funny one. This one's funny. This will be funny to talk about, I feel. This is, the man, the myth, the legend, Albert Wesker. Well, he's really funny. He is really funny. Here's the thing, he is really funny. With or without tentacles? Well, it's gotta be with. Come on. Wesker is really funny. He's like one of the funniest to ever do it. I don't know, though. I don't know. Chris. He is very yaoi with Chris. Like, I do appreciate the yaoi potential between him and Chris Redfield. Why didn't he put the bimbo gem on Chris instead of Jill? I feel like that would have made RE5 a lot more interesting. If it was Chris in that cat suit with the gem on his titties, like doing cartwheels for Wesker. That would have made that game a lot more entertaining, in my opinion. You gotta rip the fucking gem off of Chris's boobs, off of his cleavage. That would have been way more entertaining. Capcom, if they were woke. See, now I'm talking myself into it because I came up with this fanfic. I came up with this alternate universe where Capcom was woke and made Chris the one who got, like, bimbo mind control hypnoed by Wesker, and he's like doing cartwheels in the cat suit. I'm like talking myself into it because Wesker, I mean, he is good at corrupting other people. I can't believe I talked myself into it like that. I would like having access to his bimbofication gems. I don't know if he's only got one of those for Jill. We need a mod for that? Yeah, mod Chris into the RE5 Jill catsuit. I feel like what I would need for Wesker is I would need to offer him something he needs like, you know, he needs that good stuff. He needs that good evil power, like Ouroboros. Right? He loves putting weird shit in his body. So I feel like I'd be able to come up with something that works for him. Let's put him right about here. I think that's a good spot for Wesker. RE5, I'm glad it's specifically RE5 Wesker. I was able to talk myself into something funny there. Here's another funny one. This is Wiz from Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super is not very good, but I do like Wiz. I like how flamboyant he is, and I like how he's always getting under Beerus's nerves. I think he's a very entertaining guy. I do. He's like very flamboyant. That helps. I like how flamboyant Wiz is. You've seen what people do to Wiz? I haven't really seen anything like that. I feel like if I see pornography of a Dragon Ball character, I just kind of have to. I turn my brain off and immediately delete it. I'm like, I don't want to see it. Dragon Ball characters are so like not made for pornography unless they're Android 8. But I do like him. I like his personality. I think he's a lot of fun. He is literally a god, so the corruption thing might be hard. Like an angel type of god. But not really like that type of angel I would like to corrupt. Like, he's not that kind of angel. He's like the problem is he's so chill with it. The problem is when we're talking with Dragon Ball, in Dragon Ball terms, like, none of this is like an actual angel or god. And then there's the Beerus problem. Like, I'd have to get around Beerus to figure this out, and that trouble might not be worth it. I don't know if I want to fight Beerus over Wiz. I'm not really in the whole galaxy destroying business. Just get Chile over. That's true. I do think he's quite funny though. I do like Wiz. I think he's like one of the better new characters in Dragon Ball Super. Him and Beerus are both quite interesting. I think they're one of the better new characters to come out of that whole era of Dragon Ball. I find him quite entertaining. So I think we could. I don't know. I think it would be more of a situation where we're less like where I'm like trying to do evil things to him, and more we're like hanging out and dishing the DOS. So I think this is like we'd hang out is the thing. I think that's what I would like to do with Wiz. He'll go right here. I think he can hang out over here. I just want to hang out with him. I think he would be a good drinking buddy. Like, I don't think he really gives a fuck about my villainous intentions. I don't think he would care. Okay, next up. This is another one I haven't read, but I know was quite popular a few years ago. This is the White Blood Cell from Cells at Work. I've never seen this or read this. I've heard it might be good, but I don't know. I mean, the whole point is that they're cells, right? So they look kind of generic and identical. Like, I don't really know what his deal is or what the deal with anything in this is. It's literally just like, isn't it funny that these cells are working hard and dying to fight off infections and stuff? And it's like hyper violent, but literally they're cells fighting diseases or something like that. That's literally the extent of my knowledge. I literally don't know anything about this. I don't know if anybody in chat knows anything about Cells at Work either. I have not seen it. I really have not. I don't know anything about it. He's a cat boy in a spin-off. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. He's just like I feel like the point of his design is that it's kind of generic, right? Because cells all look the same. So I like his hair. Like, I like I always like the hair fringe, but he's not really giving me any vibes beside that. Yeah, I kind of got nothing for this guy. I don't know, he's literally a cell. I don't know how you corrupt that. Infect him, I guess. And get him to turn against the host body. I don't know, there's infections that can do that, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. You can hang out there, I guess. Yeah, that kind of matches up what I've heard about it. Doesn't really seem like something that would be interesting to me though. Like it's kind of a funny concept, but I don't know. Okay, here's one to get excited about. Here's one I'm really excited about. He's like my actual favorite 100 line. This is Yagumu from 100 line. I love him. He's like actually my favorite. Everybody loves screaming about Eito and Takumi, and for good reasons. But Yagumu is like my overall favorite boy right now. One, I love his fashion. I love his style. I love his earrings, and I love his like very chuny eye patch. Mr. Arrowguro has entered the chat. I love Yagumu. He's my favorite. And he's very pretty. I like Yagumu a whole lot. He's so pretty. And he's like always going, he loves murder. He's an assassin. He was raised to be an assassin. But he's like, I only want to murder somebody I'm close to and love. Right? Like he's literally Mr. Arrowguro. And is always going on about how he wants to like vivisect people and look at their insides, and he only wants to like murder people that he has a strong connection with. And I'm like, I feel you. I feel you. We're like kindred spirits, Yagumu. I love him. Like I love him talking about how he wants to poison somebody that he can also be poisoned by and stuff like that. He's so awesome. He's definitely my type. I love Yagumu a lot. And he's definitely a corruptible boy, right? All I have to do is indulge his like his fucking habits, right? He already wants to like do murder and poison and all that shit. I just have to connect with him on us both being like that. Like I feel like if he found somebody like him, he'd be all in. So for sure he's going like right around here. Good spot for him. Maybe up a little higher. I love Yagumu. He's one of my faves. Yeah, I think that's a good place. Okay, yeah, this is the other Gachiakuga guy. This is the other Gachiakuga guy who is cursed with a Z name. So he's at the very end here. Because I like I said at the beginning of the stream, I just went when I saved the picture of the character, I went name dash thing they're from. And so they're automatically ordered alphabetically. I definitely like this one more than the other Gachiakuta guy that we got shown. Like, I like his hair more, and I like his clothes more. But I'm still just not feeling this art. Something about it just doesn't work for me. Overall, I just do not like the art on these two Gachiakuta characters we've been shown so far. Yeah, I don't know. The art just doesn't appeal to me at all. Like, I can't really explain what qualities about it I don't like. There's something about its texturing that just doesn't work for me. I wish I was good with art words to describe it. But this is like, I can tell it's technically proficient, and it's obviously the artist knows what they're doing. It just doesn't work for me, what they're doing. I like his facial expression though. He's looking kind of like ooh with it, you know. I think he's gonna be a little bit higher than the other guy, but it's like still Once again, it doesn't help if you're from the shonen series, so I know you're never actually going to be allowed to kiss another man. That also hurts your chances with me. Like I said earlier, I'm so over shonen I'm putting on my I'd rather just be reading actual yaoi badge. There's so much of it in the world that I'd rather not get led along by a shonen series again. Where's the other one, actually? I'm having a hard time seeing him. Where's the other guy? Oh, yeah, there he is. Yeah, you can go that. You can go, like, just slightly more up next to him. He does seem a little more fuckwittable. Well, that's fine. It's fine if it's allowed to be gay. I just know it's in a shonen magazine. If it's printed in a shonen magazine, it probably won't be allowed to be gay. And I don't have the stamina to read 100 chapter fight scenes anymore, so there's nothing there for me. Like, I was even getting tired of Chainsaw Man's fight with Yoru and Asa towards the end. I was like, wrap it up. And then they didn't. I was like, okay, good. Like, I just don't have it in me anymore. Unless you're Hirohiko Araki, who I'm ride or die for, I cannot go on reading these fucking fight scenes that take a year plus to complete. I'm like, I'm over it. Short and sweet, please, on the fight scenes. I'll read 100 chapters of boys kissing, but not fight scenes anymore. I don't know what changed in my brain where I just can't do it anymore. I don't know what it was. I don't know what changed in me besides wanting more just straight up gay shit. But I just got fucking tired of, like, the shonen style fights. I wanted something else. It grew so tiring after a while. Anyways, time for our final entrant. Which is good because we've been streaming for pretty a long time, and I'm getting sleepy. Let's go for our final guy. This is a game I've been meaning to play for years because it looks really cool. This is Zephyr from Resonance of Fate. The gun kata RPG that I first found out about from Project Cross Zone, a really shitty strategy RPG. I always thought, hey, these guys look cool with their gun kata. What are they from? And then I found out about Resonance of Fate. And then I just still haven't gotten around to it. I really want to, though, because that game looks really cool. Anyways, I do like his fashion. Excuse me. I do like his fashion sense. Like, I like the outfits in Resonance of Fate. And obviously the gun kata shit is super cool. I don't know. He is very cute. Like, I like the fashion in Resonance of Fate. Right? Like, sometimes I think street clothes stuff is, like, really boring and overdone, but this is hitting the right vibe for me. Where it is very much of its time. Where this is like a very PS3, Xbox 360 RPG character. Something about this time, right? Like, it's right in that Final Fantasy 13 zone, right? Like, characters in Final Fantasy 13 were dressing like this. Like, something about that time. This was like the style. But I like that style a lot. I've always thought Resonance of Fate's characters look really cool, and he's a real cutie. Right? Very classically styled cutie. Very in that Final Fantasy twink vein. I don't know about his corruptibility, right? He's got that kind of standard protagonist look to him. I'd certainly be willing to give it a shot, though. I feel like the thing about most RPG protagonists is that they kind of have a lot of inherent corruptibility. Yeah, I think we can slot Zephyr in right here. Zephyr, I really want to play your game and find out more about you soon. Let's slot you in right here. I think that's good. Man, how am I gonna zoom in on this? I don't think I can, because it's all just a billion sources on my Twitch OBS stream. But what are your final thoughts here, Henchbuns, from what you can see? I'm looking at my own stream on a browser, and I'm like, man, the readability on this is a little poor, but you know. I do think you Henchbuns do have a pretty good luck on what appeals to me. Yeah, that's correct. I thought, you know, I'm kind of regretting the corruptible axis, because I thought it would be a little more interesting, but I feel like it kind of just turned out like last year. That's okay. It was fun, though. I had a lot of fun doing this. Just like I did last year. Even with the silly one. Like, you can suggest Coach McGurk if you want. You just gotta expect me to completely no-sell stuff like this. I'm here to have a serious conversation about boys I want to have gay sex with, alright? It was funny that you submitted Coach McGurk, but don't expect me to have a serious talk about him. He's going all the way in the bottom right. Yeah, it's a pretty good ratio. I feel like you Henchmans have a pretty good grasp on what I like, which is fun. Yeah, and we got to learn about some new boys together, right? We got to learn about plenty of new boys together. And I think that's great. I think that's delightful. So, I definitely had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun filling this out. It's something I hope to do more. Maybe I would like to do it again in the future, for sure. Doesn't necessarily have to be something you give me money for every time. Maybe the next time I have a good idea for one, that's just when we'll do it, right? But I am very tired now. This type of stream, obviously, I do a lot more talking than I do just playing a video game. So it tuckers me out a little faster, and this was almost as long as last year's stream, which was about 5 hours, as I recall. And this one's about 4.5. So this was a lot of fun, though. I love talking about boys, and the qualities of boys that I enjoy. This was a lot, yeah. That's what I have to say. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed talking about it. I hope you enjoyed seeing me gush over boys as well. I like doing that. I'm very, very much into talking about boys. So, I found this quite a worthy experiment. And I hope you did too, Handfuns. I'm real sleepy. I didn't have much else to say. Here's the schedule. I don't even need to pull up the schedule. There's too many fucking pictures of boys for me to scroll down for that. Tomorrow, though, it'll be much earlier in the day because I'm dealing with multiple buns and multiple time zones. I am doing a Rabbit and Steel collab with other buns, with other rabbits. Calamarichi, Ayasami, and Washalobat. We will all be playing Rabbit and Steel together. We're all rabbit-shaped VTubers, so it'll be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be around 1 Eastern, which is noon my time. So I actually do have to be skedaddling off to sleep here, so I'm not fucking dead for that stream. I'm glad everybody seems to enjoy this type of stream. It's always fun to do something a little different. And yeah, I look forward to Rabbit and Steel tomorrow with the Rabbits Henchbuns. Let's raise the monitor. I'm gonna need to get a screenshot of this for a post to show it all. That's gonna be a pain. Let's just raise the monitor for now. I'll get a. Oh no! Hang on. There's one that got stuck out. Get back in there, boy. Don't think you can escape from the monitor. There you go. Okay. Whew. Let's take these off. Woo! That was a lot of fun, henchbuns. I hope you enjoyed watching. And as much as I enjoyed speaking about the boys. Speaking the good word of boys. So let's find somebody to raid here at the end. Oh my goodness, I'm sleepy. Talking about boys is fun, but talking about boys for nearly 5 hours can really tire you out. You know what? We talked about cute boys all night, so we gotta raid a cute boy. We're gonna raid Shirokaze. Yeah. What? What are we gonna post in Shirokaze's chat? Just post boys in his chat. Just post boys in his chat. That's what we were talking about. It was boys all night. Have a good night, henchbuns. See you bright and early tomorrow for Rabbit and Steel.